Good morning. We will resume with our hearings today. This morning, starting with the Perishable Produce Export Certification Board. So welcome. Our evidence leader, Mr. Mfundo Ngobese, will take you through the processes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Chair, I believe we have a few representatives from the PPECB, but on my sheet I have Mr. Opa Msimanga. If you can introduce yourselves accordingly.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Opa Msimanga. I'm a Regional Operations Manager, PPCB in Gauteng. PPCB in Gauteng, we are catering for OR Tambo Airport, all the national fresh produce markets, namely Joburg Market and Tshwane Market, and other sub-offices like Groblersdal, Mokopane. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Gabrielle Guess. I'm the external legal advisor to the PPCB. However, my function is to write the regulations and legislation around the Perishable Products Export Control Board.
Good morning, everyone. I am Michelle Adams. I'm the Legal and Corporate Governance Manager at the PPECB.
Thank you. We would like to conduct these interviews under oath. So there is an oath on your desk. If you have any objections to taking the prescribed oath, you can raise it. We can start with Mr. Opa.
No objection. Must I read it?
You don't have any objections taking the oath? Okay, you can read just the first part of the
I swear that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
The second part?
Yeah, no, the second part. You can move on to the next representative. Do you have any objections taking the oath?
I have no objection to taking the oath.
Okay.
I swear that the evidence that I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And Ms. Adams, any objections taking the oath?
I have no objection, and I swear that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. All right, then we can proceed. You can just briefly tell us, or in whatever length, but preferably 30 minutes, what the PPECB is about and what its business is in relation to fresh produce, and basically the value chain of the market and everything that you guys are busy with, just to make sure that we have a smooth functioning fresh produce market.
Firstly, we'd just like to thank the Commission for the invitation to attend the hearings today. As indicated, we are from the Perishable Products Export Control Board. I do have a short presentation just to provide an overview, and copies are being made and will be handed to you just of that document. I'll also just email it to the person I've been in contact with. So very briefly, I'll just cover what we do as the PPECB, some more information about us, the nature of inspections, and then fees and levies. So the PPECB operates under two acts, namely the Agricultural Product Standards Act 119 of 1990. And in terms of that act, we act as an assignee. We are appointed by the Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, and we manage and monitor the quality standards of agricultural perishable products intended for export. So our appointment as an assignee is published in regulation number 13473, and that was done via the Government Gazette in 1991. In terms of the second act, the PPEC Act, Perishable Products Export Control Act, number 9 of 1983, that is where we get our cold chain functions from. In terms of that act, we do temperature and cold treatment management, equipment certification, and from that we provide temperature instructions, pre-cooling. In terms of the APS Act, export certificates are issued by the PPECB. Bilateral agreements and permits, phytosanitary requirements and phyto certificates also play a role, and that is primarily done by the Department of Agriculture. I also just wanted to mention in terms of just quality inspections, we are, with regards to the EU regulation 1143, our inspectors are equivalent to an EU inspector, which means that our consignments are not subjected to full inspection, so there's reduced sampling of the products.
Thank you. And just for the benefits of those who probably don't know, what is phytosanitary?
Opa, can you just explain that, please?
Phytosanitary certificate under what we call an export certificate, which is a prerequisite for the phyto to be issued, which is loosely translated to say the consignment, say of oranges, that it is approved to go, say, to Botswana. It is free from, or it is fit for human consumption. That is a phyto.
Thank you.
And
Maybe
yeah, okay. Okay,
You
okay.
go, Michelle.
I just wanted to add also, Opa, I think also that it's free from certain pests. That's the purpose of the phytosanitary certificate. So there are requirements and guidelines in terms of what we need to determine there. Just a little more information about PPECB. So in 1910, South African exports became regulated. PPECB was established in 1926. And as mentioned, we regulate the export of perishable produce. And by doing that, we create confidence in South African produce. We are a Schedule 3A national public entity, so we need to subscribe to the requirements and regulations in terms of the Public Finance Management Act. So we are self-funded. There are fees and levies that are charged by the industry, or to rather the industry and our clients, which we regulate. We employ plus minus 1,000 people. We have 32 offices nationally, and there are more or less 190 types of products that are inspected, and we service approximately 1,492 activity points. Just in terms of the nature of the inspections, so it's produce exported from South Africa, needs to meet minimum standards. We also conduct inspections in respect of standards agreed to in bilateral agreements, and we inspect listed agricultural produce, and the bulk of the inspections focus on citrus, deciduous subtropical fruit, and maize. In terms of fees and levies, as mentioned earlier, so the PPECB sets a volume budget, and that's done following consultation with industry stakeholders. The levies are determined by volume predictions provided by the industry, and PPECB's estimation of its costs. And the levies are charged, it's not to make a profit, but rather to recover. So it's on a cost recovery basis. Okay, and that's really just a basic overview of the PPECB. If there are any questions from yourselves, then my colleagues and I are happy to answer them.
Thank you. Just on the inspections, do you inspect produce only, or you also inspect the facilities where the produce comes from?
Sorry, do we inspect only?
The actual produce itself, or do you also do and check where the produce comes from? Do you inspect where it for instance, packaging?
I think maybe it's technical. In terms of if we call it the PPCB Act, that is to regulate and manage the cold chain. So in those functions, the inspectors do inspect cold stores, also the means of transport, so trucks or the containers, and also in the port, the containers. So that's when inspection happens. In terms of the APS Act, which is the other legislation, that relates more to the product itself. And I think the important concepts, which was your question earlier, which is a good one, is that you have to split the function between the food safety, if I'm correct, Opa, the cold chain, and the phytosanitary. Phytosanitary is preventing the conveyance of pests and plagues. The cold chain is ensuring that, it's a perishable product, that it's kept at the correct temperatures. And then the food safety is food standards is the other requirement. So in other words, if it's a European Union Class 1 product, that would come to quality. And the inspector, and I think you can give more about that, he must make sure it meets that European Union Class 1.
Okay. Thank you. I will attempt to paint a simple picture. I've got a farm. I'm intending to export. The farm must have a food safety. Food safety, it is talking about the good agricultural practice from the production, handling, packing, and distribution. And then we'll also have a produce intended for export. And then SPPCB will come and inspect according to the standard per product. And then the outcome, or whether it is conforming to the quality of the fruit or any produce. But it starts now with the food safety, the handling part in a pack house. No pack house that is intended for export shall be allowed to sort of export. It must have. That will be a demonstration to say it is conforming to the good agricultural practice in all those stages.
All right. Are there any initiatives that you currently have with probably the Department of Agriculture around assisting the farmers, especially small farmers, to comply with the standards that you work under? Are there any initiatives that you have?
Must I take that? Yes, that is one of our strategic objectives within the organization, which is talking to the socio-economic. It is not the only targeting the emerging farmers, but it is also targeting the unemployed graduate of agriculture. What we are doing, there will be a KPI which will be set on an annual basis to say, for this financial year, X number of emerging farmers needs to be at least exposed to the food safety, and that is taking place.
If I can just add to that, so we have a market access and export readiness certification program, and the PPECB has partnered with DALOT, the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development in that regard. That started in 2014, and it focuses on, as Opa indicated, good agricultural practices, responsible use of pesticides, food safety, and the outcome is to obtain an SA GAP certificate.
Yes. I presume these are designed to address some of the challenges which are faced by small farmers in trying to export their produce. Can you just indicate to us what you know about the challenges which are faced by the small farmers when they need to export their products?
So I think that is what was mentioned as part of what the program focuses on, the focus areas.
Yes.
As far as I know, it would be the food safety part, compliance with standards, infrastructure. So just in terms of the expected outcomes from that program, it is to create new market opportunities for smallholder farm producers to, as mentioned, assist them to be able to meet minimum food safety and quality standards, improved use of natural resources by producers, promotion of health and safety, working conditions in that respect, and the establishment, where possible, of partnerships.
Yes.
Gabby, I'm not sure if you want to add, or Opa?
No, perfect.
Yes, there's a thing called good agricultural practices. There's local gap and a global gap. Are those maybe the challenges which the farmers, especially the small farmers, face in meeting those particular standards?
I'm not sure, Opa.
I think I can maybe come in there. One has to make a distinction between regulatory standards that are put in place by bilateral agreements or by South Africa itself, and private standards and certifications. So Global Gap is a private certification that has been established outside of South Africa, but it's by practice been adopted by South Africa as a good benchmark. And most of South African producers, I would say, have comply with Global Gap.
That
Am
is
I
correct.
correct?
That is correct.
But this-
Global gap or
with
local
Global
gap?
Gap.
Okay.
Then there's also one that you didn't mention, a minimum one, which is called SA Cap,
Okay.
which is also falling under PPCB, food safety. South African good agricultural practice, that is a minimum
I see.
if you intend to export.
Yes.
So it's important to make the distinction between when it's regulatory and when it's a private standard certification, because retailers will have their own different and their own certifications. The PPCB, we are implementing regulatory standards.
See. So you don't check the compliance with the private standards.
Well, Global Gap has its own inspectors as far as I'm aware.
The role of PPCB, because that will fall under Regulation 707, even if you have a global cap, PRC, HAZAP, etc., it is also the role of PPCB to perform unannounced audits on those private accredited certificates.
So you indicated that most farmers meet these global gap.
Mostly,
list.
mostly.
Yes. Yeah.
Because there is obviously, I imagine, a large degree of overlap.
Yes.
Because what South African good agricultural practices will be set within an international context.
Yes.
So,
You are correct, Ebi.
am I correct?
Yes.
So
There shouldn't be material differences between the two.
I see. So your regulatory function then, do you find that most of the farmers are able to meet your own standards, which you deal with under regulation?
Do you mind?
What is the position there
Yeah.
regarding?
He asked is, as a general rule, are South African producers able to meet our standards?
Yes.
That is correct. The ones that they are in the export space.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And those who are aspiring to be in the export space, maybe the small farmers or HDPs, have you had any successes with those?
I will attempt to respond to that. Because one will say, from the emerging farmer's point of view, there was no proper education as far as that is concerned. Like my colleague also indicated that there should also be an infrastructure in place. Talking for an example about a pack house, and then what is it, keeping records, because all these gaps actually, it's all about keeping records, demonstrating, are you doing the right things, this and that. So I would say with education, yes, in a long run, there will be an improvement.
If I can just add to that, so as mentioned, one of the outcomes are to assist them to be export ready. We don't have details as to whether there were any successes. Is that something the Commission would like us to come back on?
Yes, preferably
Like
we
us to
would
come
like to.
back on?
Yes, we would like to see if there's been any progress.
Okay, and that's you
made.
said for smallholder.
Yes, for smallholder. Yes.
Thank you.
So we understand that there are various other challenges that are faced by smallholder growers, including production of poor quality fruit, non-compliance with sanitary and phytosanitary standards, lack of irrigation water, and a lack of on-farm infrastructure such as irrigation equipment, fencing, packing facilities. Are those what you see as well when you deal with small-scale farmers?
That is correct.
Is there anything else probably that we are leaving out which you would like to point out which is a challenge faced by the small farmers?
Maybe one, I can also just quote one other thing, maybe the consistency and the volumes. If you sign an agreement with an interested party to say, I will be supplying you this, and etc., what you are seeing is the emerging farmers, the volumes that they are farming at, and then also another challenge will be due to the infrastructure, they can have a product, but they will lose a neighbor's facility, maybe for packing purposes, which is also costly, if one can say that. Thank you.
All right, I see. Is there any role that could be played maybe by the established farmers, the industry, or government in assisting the small-scale farmers to meet the export standards? Is there any role that you see that can be played by maybe getting together in a collective action with the bigger farmers to be able to...
Yes, a partnership, it can yield positive results. Fully established farmers, for an example, mentoring upcoming farmers, and also the role of the government, which is imperative. So
yes,
that's what I can say. That partnership with all the different role players.
Yes. Would it be just limited to mentoring? Won't the established farmers be able to maybe, if you are adjacent, if you are a small farmer adjacent to a bigger farmer, maybe sort of utilize whatever services or facilities the bigger farmer has to be able to comply with your standards? Is that something that is doable?
I think there is a distinction.
Yes.
In that within the industries, and I speak predominantly on fruit, everybody is doing, there is cooperation, but everybody is doing different portions of that contribution. So the PPCB has its portion of contribution that it's doing, because the constitution of the PPCB is comprised of, appointed by the minister, as you'll see from the legislation, but it's comprised of industry representatives, government representatives, and in other words, when we refer to the consultation on the fees and levies, it has a unique composition that maybe doesn't exist in many bodies. And in that way, the PPCB is performing its mandate, and as has been indicated, but within the industry, you will be aware there are industry bodies like the Citrus Growers Association and the South African table grape industry, and they are performing certain functions alongside the PPCB's functions. And then you have Fruit South Africa, and you have the Fresh Produce Exporters Forum. And each person is performing different functions within that context. And when it comes to the smallholder farmers, then the PPCB must interface with, for example, the Citrus Growers Association, because they're a producer organization. So their membership and representation is involved at that grassroots level. And I mean, you will probably interview them, and they would be able to better. Whereas the PPCB, we operate within our framework and the training, applying the standards, ensuring food safety, keeping the markets open, because if the PPCB didn't function correctly, there would be a risk we would be blocked from a certain market, which would have devastating effects backwards.
Yes.
If we, so it's because agriculture operates within the international context, you're interlinking on different levels. And as Ms. Adams indicated earlier, the inspectors of the PPCB have been designated quite a high standing within the international community in terms of applying standards to keep our markets open. So it's for sustainability and all the functions, there's this interlinking. So the PPCB is fulfilling its mandate in the training, in applying the standards, having input in terms of what the standards should be. As when I introduced myself, it was indicated my role is limited to legislation. And because it's an interfacing with agreements and legislation in other countries. But it impacts all the way down, because if we don't keep the market open, then it would impact on all the levels, including the local market, and including a job security. I don't know if that assists you.
Yes, it does indeed. Thanks for this. Do you do the inspections on a shipment-by-shipment basis, or once you've got a certificate, then you just need to produce that certificate, and then how does it work?
It's for you.
Okay. I will say that will be based on a shipment per shipment, because quality today can be excellent, to merit can be average. So what you will declare on a consignment note to say I've got X number of pallets, the export certificate will only be relevant to that shipment. And then tomorrow or in the afternoon, if you require another inspection, that is also a different shipment. So each and every shipment, it is not a once-off to say for the whole week, for the day, for the month. No, it's per shipment.
See. Okay, so if, for instance, a farmer that has complied with your standards, maybe in order to assist a smaller farmer, takes his produce under his umbrella and then send it for shipment for export, is that something that is allowed within your operations?
So every orchard has a production unit code, and that is critical for cold chain, for food safety, for phytosanitary. That's your starting point. And every carton that he inspects has to have that PUC number, because the thinking behind that is if a consumer eats a particular perishable product and becomes ill, they must be able to trace that product within a stipulated period of time back to where it was produced. So you have, and that's why it was indicated, part of the assistance that the PPCB is giving is assisting with the documentation, with the requirements, with the statutory requirements. Because first you have to register that PUC with the Department of Agriculture. And then if you have a pack house, you have to register that. And then you have to register as a food business operator. That it's all part of the food safety and the traceability. So farmers do pack together in cooperatives, but they may never lose the identification of a carton's PUC number. Because when he inspects, he has to inspect for that PUC number.
That is correct.
And that PUC number lives with that product into the retail, whether it is South Africa whether it's overseas, into any market. So that is the function that the PPCB is doing in its training, and maybe that assists to explain more because it sounds quite technical. But, you know, the producer organizations can assist on the farm level. But if you don't have your documentation correct and the knowledge how to do it, you are blocked out of all the markets because you won't tick the box of food safety. And that's the role that the PPCB has to do, to ensure the cold chain, the perishable products, kept in the correct temperature for the market, that there's traceability. And that's why there isn't just a certification at the beginning of the season that you can export.
Yes.
And that accounts for all the inspectors. And that's how South Africa is successful also in the international market and also in our food safety, because we have those paper trails and registrations. And that's part of the training that Michelle was talking about. And maybe the answer she will come back to you on is, I mean, how many food scares have there been around South Africa's agricultural product worldwide?
So if I'm a small farmer, never exported before, I want to start exporting, should I approach you first and say, this is what I need to do, and then you do your inspections?
The Department of Agriculture will help you.
Okay.
So,
Yes.
sorry.
No, you go, Michelle.
Sorry, I wanted to say, so there's a process that's set out on their website in terms of what is required should you wish to export products.
Is it easy to find that information?
I think it is.
Yes, very easy. And also to register for a PUC production unit code, which will be equivalent to your IT. That will be unique to you. There's a website, and those services, according to me, is for free. Just a turnaround time, between 24 to 48 hours.
Any levies I need to pay to you?
I don't have to register.
A levies,
To
fees?
PPCB. No, not for that initial registration. So our levies, as I indicated, in the fees for the quality inspection, that's gazetted. And that's for inspections and for the laboratory services and for the cold chain side.
You are correct, Michelle, but if I can also just differentiate for an example, if you intend to sort of export to what you call non-sensitive market, that is a free service. But if now you intend to export to what Michelle presented earlier, bilateral agreement, those are the special markets where Dallard will have to send their representative to go and audit your orchard. But for other markets, your Botswana, for an example, is just an example. Just an online registration. You get your PUC.
Yeah, but what's the difference between the two markets, bilateral and Botswana and the others?
Okay. Let me take, for an example, Middle East. It's what we call non-sensitive because there's no additional requirements. There is no bilateral agreement in place. But if you peg now, for an example, China, Taiwan, there's an additional requirements to say that orchard must be audited by Dallard. Then that, what is this? There's also, like my colleague also indicated, a cold chain. There's what you call cold treatment. You cannot go to China with a normal container loading, but you can go to Ghana with a normal container loading. That is a difference, which is strict in terms of to say your produce need to be under a certain temperature for a number of days while still en route to that country. That is just to ensure that there are no pests. And also during the inspection, there's also certain pests with a tolerance. If you do inspection, I can find X pest, but for the non-sensitive market, there's a tolerance. But for China, if they get one, the entire container is rejected. That is just an example. Pest-wise, additional marking requirements. Was it audited? Is it registered with the Department of Agriculture? Is it also approved by the importing country as well?
And do you, in your I mean, a review of both these types of exports. Do you have a view on which one we export our fresh produce the most? Is it the less strict one or the, yeah?
I can confidently say it is for African market, road freight. Road freight. Bags of potatoes covered and then going to whichever country. It is a road freight. LNPS countries.
Yes. And you said the fees are gazetted. What is the, you can give us a figure?
So it's, as I indicated, there's a budget, volume predictions and a budget is set. And that is part of, forms part of the approval by the PPEC board. It's also sent to Dallard. And then it is published in the Government Gazette, and it sets out all the fees and the levies that are charged for the particular, well, the cold chain services under the Act, and for the quality inspections under the APS Act, as well as laboratory fees. Would you like me to send you a copy
Please.
of one?
We can get it, but you can send a copy. It will be easy for us to.
Sorry?
We can get it because it's gazetted, but
Yeah.
you can send us a copy.
Okay. I think it might be quicker if I send you.
Yes,
send
thanks.
you one.
You also talked about the presence at the National Fresh Produce Market. If you can just expand, if you what are your activities there in the fresh produce market?
In the setup of the fresh produce market, you find a lot of agents, and then people that we normally deal with as PPCB is what you call agents and exporters, where an exporter will go to X agent and say, I want to procure, say, 34 tons of potatoes. And then the transaction will be concluded, and then they will now request PPECB to come and do, if it is intended for export only. Only that is intended for export. They will do their own transaction. Exporter is a person that is having an interest with the third party in the importing country, with the agent. And then if the facility where PPCB is going to perform inspection, it is complying, because now, for an example, you can't do inspection on the floor. There's another requirement that you call inspection facility requirement, where there will be access of water, because now you are peeling all those things, you are cutting, and et cetera, et cetera. We need a proper facility with a proper light for us now to identify if there's any pest or whatever cases, and then we'll perform inspection there. And also another condition will be an exporter from PPECB point of view, because we made reference to the levies. PPECB, we must also charge now that performance or that inspection. So now that client or exporter must also have an active account with PPECB for the payment purposes. And then we'll do the inspection. Outcome is passed. Outcome is rejected.
Thanks. What are the issues on the cold chain side, especially regarding access by SMMEs on shipment, like for instance to China, which requires cold storage? Is it a matter of pricing? What are the issues there for small businesses?
Okay.
I think we're not really, as a PPCB, we just do the inspections.
Yes.
And inspect the cold stores and inspect the facilities to make sure that the facilities are up to the standard.
Yes.
That's really what the role of the PPCB is. I think in respect of fees, what's important to mention, the PPCB only charges when it delivers a service. So there isn't charges to be
an exporter.
to export. It's only when you request a service, and there are different charges for different services. Yeah.
Yes. Okay,
But,
so
yeah.
on the cold chain side, there are third parties who offer the cold chain facilities. So the only thing you check is whether those comply with your requirements.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Just another question on these requirements. I mean, we've heard that they are concerned regarding the potential for some food quality or phytosanitary requirements. What is your experience on that?
Phytosanitary requirements are set by the receiving country, and largely they're set based on what that country perceives to be the risk for that country. There may be academic argument that would say people use them as trade barriers, but used in the correct way, a country will identify the product is coming from South Africa, what potential pests or plagues have been found in South Africa, and we produce a similar product in our country, and do we experience that pest or plague? And if we don't, we want to prevent that coming into our market. But South Africa will do likewise on imports. If product is being imported into South Africa, the same principle would apply. And in relation to the cold chain, to answer your question, in order to protect their market, they introduce cold chain requirements or special market requirements, what he's referred to. And that means that they require certain product to go below a certain temperature for certain periods of time. And they're doing that because they feel that would then ensure that pest has been killed in transit. And they, for every exporter and every inspector, those are obviously challenges to keep. A PPCB inspector, because the requirement can be that every single container must have 2 or 3 temperature probes that need to be activated by the inspector at the time of closing the container. That measures the cold chain in transit. And when it arrives in its destination, the container is opened, and those probes must have operated. So it is technical, it is challenging, but that is the function of the PPCB, of the inspector, to make sure when that container is closed, the probes are correctly positioned, secured, and activated.
Chair, just one last question from me. Are there any material differences in standardization, grading, and quality of domestic versus export markets when coming to fruits and vegetables?
There are different standards, even by country there are different standards, but we must separate between food safety and the standard. I mean, you can get class 1, you would be able to maybe define it better.
Yes, that is correct. As PPCB, what you are declaring on your cutting to say it is class 1, then it must conform to class 1. There's quality parameters that clearly indicate to say for class 1, the fruit externally should be like this, internally should be like this, and then you find what I've called special markets. Their internal quality tends to be higher, to say we want a sweeter orange, while a normal market will say we want, I want also a sweeter orange, but that one will say we want a higher in terms. I'm hoping I'm making sense. They will say, if we do according to our equipment, they will say we want 11 as a minimum, but special market can say we want a minimum of 13. Those are the differentiated standard.
I think the important thing is, once the PUC is registered, and to put it a simple way, and if he's talking citrus, there's a citrus tree. And in a large portion of South African fruit, the citrus is being prepared for export. the citrus that ultimately ends up in the local market and the citrus that exports all comes off that same tree that was stripped down. So when you look at a particular tree, it may not be obvious to people who are not inspectors every day, but it has different sizes, it has different quality, all on the same tree. The wind may have got it on the one side and it has some scarring.
Different tastes.
Less sun, it may have a lower sugar level, but it was all one tree. Different markets, the important thing is to have different markets for that tree, because then that tree is completely consumed. So a portion of that tree will go to a certain, because different markets want different size fruit. So one import market may prefer a certain size, a smaller orange. Another one wants a larger orange. It's not only the sweetness. Different markets don't allow certain blemishes, as he's mentioned. So, but that whole tree should not be wasted. So a portion will go to the China market that meets that preference in size and taste. Another portion will go to the European Union market. Portion will be consumed locally. Portion will be juiced, because it's not even going to be purchased anywhere, but then it has a juice value. So the success is ultimately to strip down that tree and find a home for every fruit on that. But it's produced. So whether the most difficult market demanded the most difficult orange, it was prepared in the same way as the orange that we consume domestically.
So
there may be certain farms, very small, and you would know better, that prepare trees only for one market. So they try and meet a minimum standard, and largely it's weather that may not have allowed that fruit in because of a blemish or not receiving enough sun on the side, or size, or water,
rain actually,
or rain. Because if it rains, they may decide not to export it because fruit that's been subjected to rain doesn't travel as well. But there isn't a difference. The tree was prepared for multiple markets, including our domestic market.
Thanks for this. So even a fruit that is rotten or slightly rotten can go into compost or animal feed.
Correct. So the aim is to use the whole tree, but it's not that it's decided to prepare a tree less because it's going to be consumed domestically. It's largely often just blemishes that cause from the weather or a concern. No, it's all treated the same, that tree.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Chair. I'm finished with the questioning, Chair. Yeah.
No, thank you, Mr. Ngobese. Mr. Murray, do you have any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your time. I think I have a couple of clarity-seeking questions. I think the first is a comment you made about the difference between a regulatory standard and a sort of privately accredited quality standard, I guess. Could you maybe just expand on that, maybe in terms of practical examples also? What is the difference between, and I understand from a notional perspective, the one is a must and the other one is a choice perhaps, but in terms of what it means for the farmer, what is the difference between a regulatory standard and a quality standard?
So a regulatory standard is set in terms of the Agricultural Product Standards Act, and that is a regulated standard in relation to the cold chain. It's what the perishable product standard, what we do in terms of the PPCB. A private standard, they vary, but they, as far as I'm aware, they're largely implemented by retail, and it's global. And while Global Gap is a harmonization of various standards, that was the intention, that Global Gap would be a harmonization of private standards. There are many. There's, for example, Tesco's Nature's Choice, if you ask for a practical example. There's Caesar, in South Africa. There's various retailers have different standards, different private standards.
Right, and in terms of sort of, again, from the farmer perspective, if I have to comply to a regulatory standard, I mean, what would that mean for me as opposed to saying, you know, good agricultural practice, I can't use a certain pesticide, for example. How would that compare to sort of regulatory standards?
They do differ, and the South African producer would have to comply with South African, but they would choose which markets they intend to supply, because the requirements can differ by market and they can differ by customer. And the PPCB inspects according to agreements South Africa has with other countries, or if the exporter requests an inspection per a certain country. But a private standard is, they can differ. Overseas, they can have different MRL levels, different minimum residue levels.
That's correct.
In other words, the chemical residue on the fruit, which is one of the aspects that's taken into consideration, you can have the European Union setting its MRL standard. We're not going to allow residues of more than a certain amount in the fruit, but a particular retailer can say we're going to have a higher standard. And if you wish to supply that retailer, you will have to meet that higher standard. And most our fruit, if not all, you will know better, is tested for chemical residues before it's exported.
Yes.
So maybe you can mention a bit about that.
Okay. If you present a consignment, it is mandatory that we must draw for the MRL, which is maximum residue level, and then the frequency of that is every third week per PUC. So if you have multiple PUC, today you pack X PUC, we'll throw it. Tomorrow you pack another PUC, we'll also throw it. But the frequency, it is every third week, will be sent to the accredited lab, we'll get the results, we'll interpret it, and then we'll approve if it is within the limits, and then if it is exceeding the limits, because now procedurally that should maybe, it will be now maybe en route to a specific country, we'll just notify an exporter to say, please, for that market, there's a risk there, can you please divert it to another market?
Right. I mean, and the question leads to a concern we've heard about, especially from the perspective of an SME and HDP farmer, that there are so many standards they have to comply with. And I think we're dealing with instances where the farmer is saying, if I know how to comply, I will comply. It's not that I'm anti-compliance. And the concern we have is that there are so many different standards, regulatory, global gap, local gap, SA gap, CESA, all these different standards, that for an emerging farmer, it's almost impossible to separate the wheat from the chaff. What should I comply with? What shouldn't I comply with? So in your view, is there a way, is there scope that, at least for local supply, because I understand exports is different, there's bilateral agreements, there are requirements from outside. So I'm talking about local supply. Is there scope to harmonize, to bring some sort of harmonization, sort of unification on board to say there's one standard, it can be tiered, but there's one standard. There's one document essentially that we can give to farmers to say, this is what you need to comply to. This is tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, whatever it might be. Is there scope for something? Is that a workable idea, or is it just too fragmented and we can't do anything about it?
We can't comment because we keep strictly to technical requirements in relation to the perishable product. So the chemical, the quality, the size, the pest and plague. Certain private standards may take into consideration aspects like environmental protection and social development and other aspects that's out of the scope of the PPCB.
I guess what the question is, I mean, so that's an example because you've got technical requirements, you've got good agricultural practice requirements, they're all situated in different documents, different accreditation boards or standards. I mean, if someone were to come to PPECB and say, can we incorporate your technical standards, is that something that can be done, or is it, let's just keep everything separate?
No, I mean, I believe that whatever private standards there are, they will base it on the minimum. Because you have to keep the minimum standard, which is the Department of Agriculture's APS standard and the PPCB standard. So,
Department of Health.
And Department of Health. So, yeah, I mean, it is a basic standard and everybody adheres to it. And I'm not aware of confusion about standards. Are you?
No.
All right. There's the last thing I want to touch on is it's a submission that came out in your written submission to the Commission about a global gap in particular can increase SME participation. I think it's from the perspective that, well, then that allows them to access export markets or global markets. And I think what we've heard is something slightly different to say, well, there's a cost to compliance, and global gap is very expensive. I think we've heard it earlier this week as well, that global gap is very expensive to get accredited to and get sort of maintain the standard. I mean, so in your view, isn't that sort of contrasting views to say it can increase participation, but that at the same time it's difficult to comply? I mean, do you have perhaps you want to expand on on that comment from your perspective?
From the PPCB's perspective, we're the regulator. We must comply with what the law says must be implemented to ensure that the markets remain open. And I don't believe there's any confusion about our standards. They're the minimum standards that are required to keep the minimum requirements on food safety, phytosanitary, and the cold chain. The private standards, those largely rest outside the PPCB scope with the retail, and the PPCB doesn't have an influence over the private sector's private standards.
I mean, and because I think that links to your market access export readiness certification program, and as I understand that from your submission as well, that is sort of to say, well, can we try and get SMEs to a standard and not a technical regulatory standard to a private standard, a quality standard called, in your words, the SA gap?
Yes.
I mean, so you have scope there, but you're saying you don't have scope in terms of private standards.
Well, global gap is the private standard that the export industry appears to have accepted, and it's probably the one that most, and you would have heard that, do aspire to and do register. And I'm not sure on the ground, on most your inspections, they're all global gap registered.
I will say, what is this? 90% of our grain clients, they are SA gap. Fruit, I would say 90+% is global gap.
And it makes sense, I think, if you're an exporter, right? So you have to comply with the highest standard, which in this instance is global gap. I'm asking from a perspective of an SME, an emerging farmer that says, I want to grow, I need to start somewhere, I want to grow, maybe in 10 years or 20 years I'll get to that export level, and then I'll comply with gap, but where do I start? And we're saying this program you have is sort of the entry-level program to say, let's help them get to what's called an SA gap. Right, so I mean, and then the question is, I mean, while you do have this sort of influence at least, or this role to play in getting farmers SA gap, what you call SA gap certified, I mean, isn't there scope to sort of expand that, further into, perhaps up to global gap or even just to other local gap standards? I mean, and not the sort of, well, we're technical standards and we've got nothing to do with the private sector sort of approach.
As he's mentioned, they're different products. So with grain, it's SA gap is an acceptable uniform standard.
Yes, and also if I can recall, in the past, PPCB, we were also in a space of private accreditation. But I think that was declined by the decision makers to say we stick to the statutory.
Yeah, maybe you can
requirements.
expand on that. So, I mean, so in a sense where you're saying PPCB wanted to enter the sphere of private accreditation, was told by decision makers don't.
If I can just come in here, we operate strictly under two mandates.
Statutory.
And that's
Yeah.
what we have to implement. So it's the PPEC Act and it's the APS Act.
So where does SA Gap fit in, is my question.
So,
That is under APS Act, Regulation 707. You can just make
Food
a note.
safety.
Yeah,
Food
food safety, and
safety.
then Ishabasco can provide more
I
information
can
to it.
send you that regulation as well.
Right, so SA Gap is not similar to local gap and global gap in the
No.
private sense of the word that we've dealt with.
No.
It's only relevant to food safety standards, is what I understand.
Yes.
And the local market, I mean, I'm not a market expert, but the local market can also be a good market because you don't have the risk of the transit. So, you know, when you mention the new farmers entering the market, we mustn't dismiss the local market. It's a big market. And there isn't a risk when you put fruit in a container and you ship it. There's a high value in that container, and if it goes wrong, there's a fairly severe financial impact. When the local market, your supply chain is shorter, and there are benefits and there are risks. In all the markets, there's a benefit and a risk.
Right, I mean, I'm basically done, Chair. I mean, just in the context is, you know, the debate we're having as the inquiry is we are exactly not rejecting the local market, and yet the local market is requiring a global standard to participate in the local market, and we're debating whether that is, whether that leads to efficiencies, whether that creates barriers. When retailers and others are saying, you know, there's one standard from an accreditation point of view, and that is the global standard, and we don't want to deal with anything else, then we are considering whether that is creating barriers or not.
No, we won't know. You won't know. You just
No, I won't
inspect.
know.
You won't know.
What is
No.
intended for
No.
export.
No.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Maybe let's just follow up on that, because I just wanted to find out from you, because you are a regulator, right? What are the kinds of complaints? Do you get any complaints from farmers about how you serve them? So are there any issues that you have picked up broadly, you know, as you are discharging your mandate?
I can answer that, Chair. So we do an annual stakeholder survey, and those, I'm not sure when they do that. It's sent out to all our
that is around,
customers, and the responses
November.
are evaluated. And the report is done to EXCO and to our board as well. We'll receive information on that. So if there are complaints, that is where they would come through to the organization. But we do have a target in terms of our stakeholder engagement.
Which is 80%.
And as far as I know, we have met that target.
What have been the nature of the complaints you get from farmers?
Maybe one or two.
Okay, no, I will be specific now to my region. Common one will be taken into account around Gauteng Central. There's a lot of traffic. A client will require an inspection, say, around 11 o'clock. You are on a R21, suddenly there's an accident. You are only arriving there around 1 o'clock. So according to the client, their perception is, what is this, we are understaffed. But those are just the common complaints. And then to say, we are also sending our MRL sample, but we don't get them according to the SOP within the 4 days. But now it also comes now with its own unique challenges. If you are in a remote area, there's only one courier company driving that site, it is bound. And then if now they are missing that, or that courier company didn't come for some reason, there's a delay in a week. Those are the common mistakes, specifically in my region, in our region, Gauteng.
And so when we maybe look, because I just want to make sure that because we have covered fruits that we think are probably the most important, which is apples, citrus, bananas, pears, I think, and table grapes. Have we missed any product that you think, at least on fruits, that you think is quite crucial for exports?
No, from the local markets, those are the biggest commodities. I was checking the volumes for the past 3 years, according to the subtrops, avocados, a lot is intended for export, mangoes, a lot is intended for export, lychees, a lot of is intended for export from the fresh produce market.
And with vegetables, you're saying vegetables, is it mostly the region? Can you just confirm that? So all these we have potatoes, onions, carrots, cabbages, tomatoes, and spinach.
Okay.
What are we exporting here, and which regions maybe?
Okay, yeah, well, from the PPCB perspective, it will be, we are splitting, it will be potatoes, it will be onions, and then the other vegetables, they will all fall under vegetables. That is for the state's purposes. Otherwise, now you'll have cucumber, lettuce, etc., and then we'll say everything. And then one of the biggest commodity that is being exported, and it has been consistent, is vegetables. Potatoes for the past 2 years, they went down. I've got the stats maybe for the past 2 years, if you like. And then onions, they are seriously impacted. For the past 2 years, the volumes are going down.
I think those stats would be very helpful, so that we just understand the picture.
Okay.
Now,
it will be sent to you via Michelle, is fine.
Right. In terms of your reach, I think, because you have about, is it 32 offices nationally, and I think you obviously were speaking for Gauteng. How far is your reach into this? How closer are you to the agricultural centers? At least for the major export commodities. So if you go Limpopo, Mpumalanga.
Okay.
So what's the reach? Because I think I just asked about it seems Gauteng maybe traffic, yes, but just the reach. How satisfied are you with the kind of reach you have as the regulator?
Okay. As I've indicated earlier, to say Gauteng, one of the sub-offices is Groblersdal, where there's a lot of grapes and citrus. We've got the sub-office there. We've got the fully operational staff there. During the citrus season, we can go up until, say, 38 inspectors, only in Groblersdal. So that will be covered. Driving distances with minimal traffic, the longest it can be 18 kilometers, and then you are at the packhouse. And then if I can also take my colleagues also, Litsitele, around Itsanin, there's also a lot of citrus. We've got an office also in Itsanin. Nelspruit, we've got an office. Eggersford, we've got a sub-office. Malelane, we've got a sub-office. Closer to Messina, we are also having so it is where there's a lot of activities, and then we'll open and then employ people there.
Thank you for that. And maybe just to ask you on the transformation question, right? And what observations have you made? I think you have listed, you've given us, I think, the top 20 farmers, but it seems you have listed, maybe it's public information, around 200, right? farmers, but you can confirm this. Just the makeup of the farmers you have listed for exports and the kind of demographic profile of those farmers.
We'll provide that information along with the other.
But broadly, you are there, you observe this. Well, what do you see? Broadly, you can give specific numbers later. What are you seeing? So if it's citrus, are you seeing a lot of participation by historically disadvantaged persons? Or what are you observing as the regulator?
Respond or must I respond?
I'm not sure if he can respond because of the makeup of his region. I'm not sure if you can respond to that. I think we'll have to go back to the officers. So OPA is part of the North region, and there are two other ROMs within that region. So I'm not sure that he can respond to that.
I understand that. If he's not able to respond now, it's okay.
Yes, we'll come back. Thank you so much.
We'll get the information, because we just ask this from the point of view of understanding participation in the market. And can you confirm, I think we have recorded the exports as about 65% of the, or 60 or thereabout of the total market. Is that a correct understanding and the correct picture from your view? Point.
You mind to repeat that?
No, the makeup of exports relative to the total production of fresh produce in the country. We have a number around, is it 60, 65%? I just want to get a sense if it aligns with the data you have.
Yeah, but now I'll be specifically now talking to Gauteng, which I didn't think, I'm not just 100% sure if would that be accepted or, but.
Oh yeah, I was asking about the national picture. I don't know whether your legal team has any.
Yeah, but we can get back to you with
come
those
back to
statistics.
that.
Okay,
We
no,
will
that's
have them.
fine. That's
Yeah.
another, just to confirm.
Yeah.
Confirm so that we have a common understanding of this. There's this question I think the evidence leader asked, and I just want to understand this about the grading. What is this grading system? So because we now know, I think there's class 1 or there's grade A, but what is the spectrum? What is it? And what is predominantly in the domestic market, right? And what is this sort of one specific for exports that is not found locally, or what is it? What is the, so that we understand the grading, and because we will also be engaging on pricing issues, but this I will not be raising with you.
The Agricultural Product Standards Act, I think the standards are advertised. What comprises class 1, class 2, RSA 1?
Okay.
Can you sum it up in easy?
Yes, please. I'm just trying. What is differentiating according to the classes specifically? Class 1, class 2 processing, and I will use a citrus as an example. The difference will be a tolerance. If you perform inspection, obviously there will be defects, which will now, count and then express that as a percentage. Class 1 will be stricter to say for a specific defects, we can only allow, X percentage. Then another huge difference will be the appearance of the fruit, for an example. We've got what we call a color chart. So if we have seen color charts to say For class 1, we can allow fruit from number 1 to number 4. And then anything that is worse than number 4. A color chart for citrus, it will be made out of 8 pictures, from the excellent and then to the worst. And then it will say for class 2, it will be, we will allow fruit number 5 and 6. And then fruit number 7 and 8, it will be out. It will be for processing purposes. That is where the difference from the external appearance it is coming. And also for certain products, if it is exceeding a certain allowable percentage, and then it will be downgraded to be grade 2. I'm not sure if that is assisting.
It does help. The reason why I and maybe you can help us really from a regulator's perspective. I'm asking this so that we can go to the private, because I need to understand a bit more the role and oversight on the private entities that grade, because there have been concerns, that there is some gatekeeping in that grading process, targeted, I suppose, at certain farmers, but this is a general concern. So I needed to find out from you. So there's a legal requirement, but who then oversees the grading across, even at markets, or where you have the private entities grading, either for export. I suppose if it's for export, well, you can export. It's not for export, then you'll have to sell it in the domestic market.
Yeah, the PPCB can't answer that. We would have to speculate. We can't answer that because from a PPCB point of view, as you indicated, it's regulated, the standard, it's uniform, there are color charts. Within the PPCB, you do harmonization, don't you, to make sure that your interpretation of that color chart is the same as someone else's interpretation of the color chart. And there's nothing further we can add to that. No, you only inspect according to
What is presented.
what is presented.
All right, who regulates the private players? Maybe that you can answer, I hope.
Can you assist there?
I'm not sure. I mean, if it's intended for export, then it's the PPCB. If it's not intended for export, then I'm not sure who would regulate.
I thought, I'm hoping I heard you correctly, that they are, you inspect, right? But there are also private entities. Did I hear you correctly?
No,
What is the role of the private entities?
No, a
in the
supermarket,
process?
no. So at an inspection point, the PPCB will conduct the statutory inspections and will sign off on the documentation, and the export will happen. Besides that, I presume there's the consumer, the people that come and buy at the market.
That's correct.
They would choose what product they're going to buy. The local market standards, that would also be in terms of agricultural product standards, but we don't deal with that. Who deals with that?
No, we don't. There's certain bodies, but we're not involved.
Yeah, we're not involved. I think what you need to read is the Agricultural Product Standards Act and see who's appointed as the assignee for the local market. So the Agricultural Product Standards Act sets the standards, and the executive officer, in terms of the Agricultural Product Standard Act, appoints an assignee to do the job. And the PPCB has been appointed in terms of a regulation to enforce the exports. But the executive officer has a discretion, in terms of the legislation, to appoint local market assignees. And I think, to answer your question, you should be able to find that who is the appointed assignee. But We can't speculate who they are.
If I could just add to that, so that also would be something that would be gazetted, that you'd be able to
It
pick
be
up from.
gazetted.
So if I can assist, Chair, I think you did indicate that there are private standards.
Correct.
And then there is the regulatory standard.
Yes.
And maybe the question is who then looks after the private standards? Is there any appointed?
The customer, I suppose, who's receiving the product would say we require these standards, and presumably the customer would inspect, are those standards met? But it's not done by the PPCB.
Yeah.
But you can look and see the assignees appointed. It'll be gazetted who's appointed to do the local market.
So there's no. So what I need to establish is whether there is at any point a middleman before the who sort of receives the product, can sift it whichever way before it's inspected by yourselves. If there is any, because this is something that we, because you, how do you deal with the farmer? So you deal directly with the farmer?
So, yeah. So
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. Yes.
To my knowledge, there is no middleman appointed to be doing that. We are directly dealing with a farm. A farmer will call me if I'm an inspector and say, my load is ready, can you please come and do inspection? Or can you please come and perform inspection? There is no middleman there. It's directly, and then once it is approved by PPCB, the next stakeholder that is going to issue a file to it is DALART, Department of Agriculture.
So that chain is wholly regulated by the PPECB,
For
right?
exports.
For exports.
For exports.
Yeah, we're asking for exports because
Exports.
just
Yes.
understanding
Yes.
the
Yes.
barriers that a particular farmer would have to face for exports.
Yes.
All right. And you have in your submission outlined some of the challenges that you have picked up, right, with especially for small scale farmers. It's page 7, your paragraph 19. I think you've mentioned infrastructure costs, fencing, pesticide stores, etc. Can you expand on this? Particularly, I think you were talking about compliance with the good agriculture practices.
What is it?
Page 7.
Page 7, yeah.
Yeah.
Paragraph 19.
Okay. Compliance with small scale farming.
And what is the question?
So can you expand on this, on the challenges and how these can be mitigated? You've just given something which is non-exhaustive, but I just want to get a sense from the regulator's side.
Okay. Infrastructure cost, a practical one will be, according to me, I've got trees, they're bearing fruits, but I don't have a facility where it can be packed. Just an example from me. And then I will have now to go to the neighbor for it to be packed on my behalf at a cost. And then fencing, yes, it is evident. Where the emerging farmers, they are farming, and it is also evident in the allocations. There will be an infrastructure of a fencing, but due to high theft, tomorrow there is nothing there. Pesticide stores, no, pesticides is not the simplest thing because there's also a lot of requirement there. Not everyone can just go and apply pesticides or fungicides. The person needs to be trained. Infrastructure also requires a training. A tractor, which is also a challenge. And then a person needs to be trained. Keeping of the records for the pesticides application, those are the things. based on my own observation, but to say, how can we mitigate this?
I think the one way the PPCB is mitigating is training in terms of the records, what the requirements are, how to keep the records so that the requirements are met.
That's correct. Because if we do good agricultural practice audits, it comes back to the audits. Show me, did you do it? What time? Who did it? Where's the competence, and etc. Just records.
It's records.
So it's correct to say to sort of conclude maybe that if farmers, so small scale farmers, HDP farmers, they comply to the good agricultural practices as stipulated in the relevant legislation, we would see more participation, hopefully in the local and domestic market. So is this what you see? I just want to understand this very well.
Mr. Chairman, it's the interlinking, which I
Right.
mentioned to you. One leg of the table can't stand alone. The PPCB can't stand alone. It's a table in terms of regulatory structure. And so the PPCB is contributing where it has the expertise in terms of implementing as a signee the requirements of the executive officer and implementing the requirements of the overseas markets and training people to understand those and assisting with the documentation. But the Department of Agriculture is doing a different portion of it. And then the industry bodies are doing different portions of it. The Citrus Growers Association, the SATI, the table grape, everybody has a different component. And that's why some of the aspects we can't answer today because the PPCB is not involved in the actual farming. So we can assist in terms of training as to what documentation is required of farmers who wish to export. But there's another role player that is engaged with production.
Right. No. So thank you for that. And maybe the last question I have, and this is really a broad question because just as you inspect, I just want to get a sense over time, what in your view has been the impact of maybe climate change, especially I think you have mentioned the main issue around, it matters the kinds of inputs you use, fertilizer, pesticides. What has been the trend? And I think you have some, I think exports are declining, some I suppose are increasing, but can this be attributed in any way to changes?
Yeah, let's take for an example,
climate,
under climate change, I think we've seen also from the news what have happened in the area of Glen William, Citrus Valley areas. That directly impacted in terms of the volumes which were initially forecasted to be exported. That also damaged an infrastructure, which made it impossible for the movement of the trucks to come and pick what have already been inspected. So that was a climate change. What is also continuously happening, it's a sudden weather changes. If we are ready now to pick up, to harvest our fruit, and then there's suddenly a lot of rain, which is also impacting the timing of harvesting. Because the fruit won't see, because it had rain, let me now also not grow. That is still continuous. So, yes, it has. And then what is this? It is also evident, especially from the local markets, volumes of the onions. And if you go and purchase 1 kg onion now, I don't know what is the price there, but it is loosely translated to that.
Right. Thanks for that. And the kinds of inputs we use, do they? Because I think there have been a lot of changes at the input supply levels. I think with a lot of acquisitions and so forth. But what? Because you say you look at the kinds of, is it the chemical input? So what are you observing on fresh produce in South Africa? Are you picking up more, anomalies or less? Are we using better or inferior inputs? What's been your observation on the ground?
Okay, one of my roles as a regional operations manager is to also ensure a better client relations where I will normally interact. I'm not actively involved now during the production, but what was evident was because of the war, which country is that? Ukraine. And I'm told that quite a lot of our fertilizers, they are originating from that side, which led to the higher cost of the fertilizers, which is indirect or directly impacting their production. What is also evident is also the impact of the load shedding. If now it's time for me to irrigate, I can't irrigate because of a load shedding, because now there's high costs associated with the oil. That is now through now communicating or interacting with the clients. Those are the concerns that they are also raising. And also what they are also continuously saying, it's a higher cost of labor. Because associated with load shedding, we need to pack. Now people must wake up at abnormal hours, which is leading to overtimes and etc. So those are the direct impact. First one is associating. I'm not involved.
No, thank you for that. Thank you for that information. So what I was, because you are the inspectors, right? That when you inspect the product, are you finding that we are using the right inputs to meet the requirements, of the export markets? Because I think you had said you look, you cut, you chop, you taste, you is our product in good shape? Maybe let me ask it in that way.
I think we are one of the best globally. I think that will assist to change.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Msimanga. Unless if you have.
Yes, Chair. There is a follow-up question. In fact, it may have been left in the earlier questioning. We've heard from various participants who came before us, before you, that there are problems at the national fresh produce markets in terms of infrastructure, sanitary standards. Is it something that you are observing both from when you do your inspections for the export, and also if you walk into the local, do you see any sanitary issues there in the fresh produce markets? Is this what you've observed in your inspections as well?
I think what he wants to know, is there anything that hinders you in doing your job at the local market?
Yeah, well, there's certain days. We know that on Mondays it is a very quiet day. But from Tuesday until Friday, there's a high population of people there. That accompanied with the heists and etc., that poses a risk. But other than that, the clients that we are dealing with directly, because they are conforming to the SA cap, their facilities, they are reasonably, or they are complying actually. Not say reasonably, they are complying.
And on the local side, do you observe any non-compliance? Is the local side up to the standard of the export? side of the market?
No, because of the, what is this, a high demand of work around there. We don't even have time to go and walk, just to go and observe, for the local, because that is not in our space. So what we are just focusing is just to wait for a client, do your paperwork, wait for a client, go to another premises, and etc. But other than that, we are not. I can't recall when did I just take a walk.
No, thanks.
No, so thank you, Mr. Ngobese. Maybe it's really a more direct question because we had something here about is it hygiene at the markets, and the reason retailers, maybe some, maybe or one, it's one at this moment, why they are not sourcing product from the market, but yet it's the same market that's selling product for export, right? So this is what I think from just experts' point of view. So when you visit different markets in South Africa, what do you see? Is this the kind of dramatic conclusion that I think one ought to reach, or are these markets keeping, I suppose, to the standards in terms of hygiene? And I think that was the point that was raised.
Yes, that's correct.
Maybe we just needed your perspective, to the extent that you visit the markets, but if it's limited, you don't have to comment.
No comment, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Msimanga and Miss Adams and Miss Guest. Unless if you have anything you want to say, your closing remarks, we will excuse you.
No, thank you so much for your time, and we will forward on the documentation.
All right, thank you very much. This brings us to the end of this session. Our next session will start at 11:45 sharp. I just want to check if the stakeholder is around and ready. It's around, perfect. So we will start at 11:45. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
We resume the session. We now have the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. The evidence leader is Mr. Derek Bowles. Over to you, Mr. Bowles.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. Maybe just to start, please, we've got Delrad today. If you can, gentlemen, if you can please just state your full names and designations for the record, please.
Good morning. My name is Stanford Mantata from Directorate Marketing. I'm responsible for agro-logistics and market linkages. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, all. My name is Sithembele Kelembe. I'm from Directorate Marketing as well, Director. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Billy Makafula from the Directorate Food Safety and Quality Assurance. I'm the director there.
Thank you very much. We've been conducting the proceedings under oath. You'll see there's a laminated document there in front of you. If you could please just indicate whether you have any objections in taking the oath. And if not, then can you please just read out the oath for purposes of the record, please. Let's just go one by one. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I read what is in front of me?
That's right. Just the oath or the affirmation, either or.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
I swear that the evidence I shall give shall be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Yep.
I swear that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I swear that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole. I swear that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
All right, thank you. Maybe just in terms of housekeeping, we've divided the session up into two portions. The first session will be a 30-minute allocation to yourselves, maybe just to tell us a bit more about the Department of Agriculture, what it is that you do, your portfolio consists of. And then the second portion will be with the technical team, asking some questions that we've prepared, and then that would be followed by some questions from the panel as well. I think maybe we can just start then with your first little introduction, and we'll take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Like I said before, my name is Thembele Kelembe. I'm from the Directorate Marketing at the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. The branch name is Economic Development, Trade and Marketing. We have in that branch 3 chief directorates, and the marketing belongs under a chief directorate that is called Agro-Processing, Marketing and Rural Industrial Development. There's another chief directorate that is international trade, international relations and trade. The last one is cooperatives development. That is how we are structured as the branch, and as you would probably be suspecting at the moment, matters that deal with markets belong in that branch, that is economic development, trade and marketing. So we are the ones who deal with the operations, not necessarily the operations at the markets, but issues relating to national fresh produce markets will be dealt with in terms of the department by the branch and specifically by the Directorate Marketing. I hope that captures the who we are.
That's perfect. Yeah. So maybe what I can do is just some introductory type questions to lead you into the session. So maybe start with the department itself. You are the custodians of the agricultural sector. Is that correct? All right. And your mandates in the agricultural value chains. Maybe if you can just expand on that for us, please.
In terms of the agricultural value chains. Perhaps before I get into into that, my colleague would chip in as well, because he also has a role to play.
That's perfectly fine. Yeah, no, it's very informal. So whoever who's best placed to answer questions or to add value to the sessions, please just go ahead.
No, we'll answer them.
That's perfect. Thank you. I think it's been thrown to you.
Yes, look, let me start with myself. I am, as I've indicated, I'm Billy Makafula, and I am the director responsible for food safety and quality assurance within the department. There are two main acts that drives activities within that directorate. There is the Agricultural Products Standard Act 119 of 1990. We do have Liquor Products Act 60 of 1989. And within that directorate, we have the unit that is responsible for development of policies, your standards, local regulations, as well as export standards and requirement. We also have the unit that is responsible for analytical and testing of product, compositional properties of product, as well as contaminants. That is the laboratory, both in the north, that is Pretoria, and in the south, that is Stellenbosch. And we also have the responsibility of assigning some of these mandates in terms of application. We have assignees that operate under the Agricultural Products Act, and those assignees are split between those that are responsible for export. In the main, for export for all the product, PPCB is the assigned agency in that respect. Then you have the different assignees that are operating. But in the main, the one that operates in the national fresh produce market, and of course other retailers for fresh produce specifically, that would be Procon. That is one of our assignees. Those assignees mandated in terms of Section 2 of the Agricultural Products Act. And of course, the other issue that we have is that we have also a mandate to liaise so that our standards, specifically when it comes to exports, are harmonized with different international markets, that is, different countries. So we participate in different multilateral setting bodies, like your Codex, UNEC, and OECD, in terms of harmonizing standards, as well as coming up with color charts that gives interpretations to different quality defects that we may actually be referring to. So you have something demonstrable to actually match up something that may not necessarily be described in words. So essentially we are about grading regulations at best. That is what actually sums up our regulations. We come up with regulations and we ensure that there is an application either through the departmental inspectors in some instances, but right now specifically we have two agencies, for export being PPCB, for local being Procon. And that's who we are in a nutshell. Thanks.
Thank you. Maybe just in terms of those assignees, these entities obviously report to the department. Do you have any reporting and monitoring mechanisms to monitor their progress in executing their duties and their mandates specifically?
Yes, we do. We do have we have an SLA, but of course the Act also instructs us that they would actually have to operate in terms of directions that are coming from the executive officer if there is no any provision in law that actually directs otherwise. So we do have standard operating procedure. Our own inspectors from within the Department of Agriculture monitors their operations, and they do actually give us monthly and quarterly reports on their performance.
All right. So you're able to hold them account for some of the observations that you as government are making in the market, insofar as their respective areas of operations are concerned?
Yes, we do try. We don't necessarily be as comfortable as we want to because of capacity constraints, but we do have that mechanisms in place, and we do have inspectors who go around and monitor how they actually...
So to what extent are you trying? I mean, what you said capacity constraints are holding you back?
So we have inspectors from time to time that actually go and actually monitor that they do actually apply the regulations as they should. We do have sessions where we harmonize interpretation of the standard, because you'd actually understand that it's very subjective sometimes depending on. So we do actually harmonize and see how far do we stray from each other in terms of coming to a point of convergence. So in that respect, we do have control. And the fact that if there are complaints coming from the stakeholders, be it the consumer or the public at large, we are able to summon certain reports or even go after and observe whether indeed the kind of complaints that has been registered with us is actually as something that can be imputed to their operations and how they apply the regulations.
All right. So you've assigned them roles with specific reporting duties and timelines. Now we'll go to the master plan a little bit later, but we. Just in terms of that master plan now, so there are assigned roles, at least in terms of that policy, with reporting lines in place. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Aside from the fact that the Act is very straightforward, there's sections in terms of which they are assigned. So, in the main, it is very clear. It is already statutorily set out. It is only in instances where it is not clear that we actually come in the form of SLA or direction. So we do have those kind of controls, yes.
All right, great. So onto the master plan now. What is the current status of the master plan?
Yeah, maybe the master plan may not necessarily be something that one can be able to answer on now, because I think it's a program that reside at the minister's office. Maybe you may have to make the application to talk to the office straight, because from where we are, we're not necessarily responsible for the management of that master plan.
All right, but you would be responsible for carrying out that master plan. Is that right?
Yeah. If I may chip in, the master plan, everybody every section in the department has a role to play, and as you would perhaps know, the master plan is actually for the country. It's not only necessarily the department. That's not the only stakeholder or role player. I am assuming that you are referring to the agriculture and agro-processing master plan.
Yeah, the one that was signed in, I think it was in May 2022.
Yes, that's the agriculture and agro-processing master plan. What are the processes involved are now, with the limited information, as he has indicated, is that we're still trying to get the third partner, social partner, or let me just say the other social partner, which is Labour, because Labour didn't sign at the time the AMP was signed last year. So there is a parallel process that is being done, and the department has actually engaged or given the mandate to the National Agricultural Marketing Council to run with that process such that we also get, at the end of the day, labor to sign onto the process.
All right, so we can assume that nothing material has actually happened since May last year.
At this stage, we can safely assume that.
All right.
Sorry. I think probably maybe there has to be expatiation on precisely what it is that you mean that nothing has actually happened. Because the master plan as it is now, it actually sketches out what is currently in place. It's also the aspirational part of it. So which of those aspects are you saying that they've not actually been realized?
Well, the objectives that are stated in there, I mean...
some of them are actually realized, because if you talk about market access, we're actually doing that. That is one of those things, that the objective that master plan seeks to do.
So maybe expand on that first.
Yes.
Tell us what is happening with regards to market access.
Okay. So market access works this way. We actually open market, but at the same time we discuss with different countries, and as we speak now, there are 3 countries that we have actually clinched agreements on. China is one of them in terms of avocados. We have Philippines that is on the radar now. We're just completing the agreement in terms of sanitary and phytosanitary agreements, which tentatively in principle we've agreed, just clearing there and there. So there's going to be market there. Indonesia, we have open market insofar as soybean is concerned. We are working on the PRA. So that is why I'm saying that there has to be context to that question, because to say that we have not done anything in respect of that, that would not necessarily be a true reflection of what is actually the department is about. It's about exactly what most of what is contained there. So it will actually, if we say that we have not done anything, it means that the department is not necessarily operational. There are aspirational aspects that we can actually say that they're still going to be realized or refined, and the inclusion of others will certainly come in. But in the main, as and when it was even a concept, there were activities that are actually embedded in that master plan that are realized. And so to give a good answer to that, we'll certainly say that there are certain things, probably 80% of it, which are in the mix.
All right, perfect. So maybe, to expand on that, to what extent has DALRAD had policy discussions with relevant stakeholders and social partners at a national level to ensure the successful implementation of the master plan at provincial and municipal levels?
That is another question that you cannot have a direct answer. We are consistently in communication with stakeholders. So we probably, maybe it would not be, I would not be the right person to respond insofar as local government is concerned, as we're saying. And I cannot necessarily say that, preclude that such discussions are not taking place. They could be taking place. The department is too big. We are but one part of the department. We have directorates. So there are discussions that might be taking place. Let me not necessarily say they are taking place. They might be taking place specifically with respect to municipality. But at any given time, as we speak now, there could be discussions taking place in other units.
All right. I think maybe let's narrow the focus a bit here. So the Fresh Produce Market Inquiry, the FPMI, we've just finished up a round of workshops where we've gone out to small-scale farmers around the country and had meetings with them and on various issues relating to our terms of reference. A number of issues have been encountered relating to the deterioration of the water infrastructure. So specifically the original furrow system from the Tegela and Bushman's rivers, which the small-scale farmers were indicating at least that these were not properly maintained and were damaged by floods, and the dams were not maintained properly as well in that Tegela Ferry region. These problems have persisted since 2011. So going back to the master plan, one of the 6 pillars upon which the master plan is based is to raise an estimated 9.4 billion rand for the fast tracking of targeted infrastructure maintenance and expansion of irrigation schemes, dams, dipping tanks, the fresh produce markets, and the processing infrastructure by 2030. So maybe just focusing now specifically on the 9.4 billion rand and the infrastructure maintenance and development. Can you maybe provide a broad outline of the plan that the department has in achieving this goal?
Through you, Chair. It will not be. I'm not so sure how to put it. I will not be able. We will not be able to report on that one because, like he indicated, we're only part of the department. We are not denying the responsibility, but we are not the part that deals with the question that we've just asked at the present moment.
Is this one of the aspirational things that you mentioned, or is this something a little bit more? Because, I mean, the 9.4 is quite a specific number.
You see, the description itself, as you actually indicated, there's also a target that has been given. So we don't want to hazard an answer that necessarily may distort. But then what you have implicit in what you said is that there's 230. By 2030, that should have been realized. Possibly at that time, that question could actually be germane, I suspect.
All right, so there isn't a plan at this stage currently. I mean, 2030, doesn't sound like a long time away, but we're already in November almost of 2023. That's 6 years' time. Is there a plan? I mean, is there something that's in place at the moment that we can look at?
I thought you were reading it from the plan, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it is in the plan.
Yeah.
And there is a target date that is 2030. So the plan itself is what you actually read from, so which means that there's a plan in place, isn't it?
It's an umbrella document. Really. Yes. But I mean, isn't there something that is a little bit more specific that we can look at, where the guys are planning something out? There's specific steps. I mean, raising 9.4 billion rand.
Like we indicated that we are, and we actually made it very clear that also we took and we were actually assigned precisely because of the content of the questions that were given to us. So that question may not necessarily be answered dispositively by ourselves.
Okay, no, that's fine. Okay, I think the following questions. All right, maybe let's move on to transformation, specifically at the producer level. Is that something that you can speak to?
Well, I think maybe before we go to the issue around transformation, it may also be important maybe to give a bit of background. Please, in terms of some of the things that we did in the past and the challenges that we have experienced, and what is it that we are trying to do to deal with the problems. What happened was that around 2013 or 14, we were approached by Potato SA and IMASA. IMASA is the organization that represents market agents in the fresh produce markets, to say that the markets are deteriorating at an alarming rate. And they felt at the time that the municipalities are not doing what they're supposed to be doing in terms of improving the situation. And they approached us as a department to say that since you guys have farmers as your constituency, it may be important for you to come and work with us. And we established at the time what was called a Project Rebirth. And on that Project Rebirth, we worked with everybody. We had Potato SA, as I'm saying, representing the producers, and there was also Fruit SA, there was also DFDC, which was an organization that represented the black deciduous fruit producers. We also had APEC in there as the regulator for agents, and then we also had IMASA. We also had COCTA, even though they were not necessarily active in that committee, and we worked with everybody. What we did at the time, we talked to everybody in the markets. We talked to market management. We've talked to the farmer representatives. We also talked to the agents representatives to identify what is it that they consider to be areas of critical importance. And I think from that process, they identified about 10 issues. And amongst them, there was an issue of infrastructure, which is what you've touched on, to say that the infrastructure is deteriorating. There was an issue around legislation, there was also an issue around the operations in terms of what is it that you need to do when the produce comes into the market to make sure that you keep the records so that everything is in balance, because there were a lot of issues. There was also transformation. There were also issues around security and all that. And from that point, we developed what is called the codes of best practice, which we're trying to give things that needs to happen in order for the markets to work properly. And as I've said, that the infrastructure was one of those things. And from that process, what we decided to do as a department, we came up with a bill where we wanted to create a national agency that can assist us in terms of making sure that we have something that can take care of markets in terms of infrastructure, transformation, and all those issues around the operations and all that, because that's where we believe that there are a lot of problems, because we thought that if we have an institution of that nature, will assist us in terms of making sure that we keep everything intact. But the challenge there became when we had a bill, and the Office of the State Law Advisor advised us that what we were trying to do was in a way unconstitutional, because according to the regulations and the law as it stands, we as a Department of Agriculture are only responsible for the conduct of the agents in the market, not necessarily the market from a management point of view. That is a municipal function, So as a result, you'd find that majority of the problems that you may have identified, from infrastructure deterioration, issues around security, transformation, those are what one would call operational issues. And as a result, we do not necessarily have a control in terms of what is it that the markets should do. Currently, what they do, they work according to their own bylaws. Each and every municipality has got its own bylaw, where if they want to introduce any change, they go according to what their bylaw says. So we then thought that it may be important for us to now get COCTA back to the table to try and see what is it that we can do to rescue the situation, because we are also not happy with what is currently happening in the market. But we are currently held back by the legislation. As it stands now, we can only deal with the agents, not necessarily the market at large. So from legislation point of view, in addition to what my colleague Billy has said, we are also responsible for Agricultural Produce Agents Act, which is an act that is responsible for the conduct of the agents. We've got APEC, which is Agricultural Produce Agents Council. I think they are also going to come and make presentation later today. So that is where we are as a directorate. We are responsible for that. They've got their own rules in terms of what is it that the agent should do, what is it that should be followed if you want to be an agent. What is the type of training that you need to go through? How do you get registered? And then once you become an agent, then what is it that you need to do in order to make sure that you pay the money to the farmers and the municipality, and all those regulations are there. And if you don't follow the rules, they already have their own tribunal in terms of how they discipline those that do not follow the rules. And they give the department annual reports in terms of the work that they do, and then we also work very closely with them. So as it stands now, we are a bit hamstrung in terms of what we can do to intervene in the markets. We only have powers to deal with the agents, not necessarily the market at large, and that's where we believe that the bigger problems are at currently. Thank you.
Right, thank you. So I'm glad you went there. I was going to come back to it. We'll come to it later. But so speaking about Project Rebirth, was that intended to address some of the issues that were raised in the Section 7 committee reports?
Yes.
All right. So Project Rebirth, it's still currently running. Is that right?
Yes.
In spite of the challenges that you've mentioned, but the intention is still to carry out.
Yes, I think now the major emphasis is on how to get more powers, because what we have done in the past, it was more voluntary in a way. A market can only cooperate on voluntary basis. But with that, we have had huge challenges where other markets decided not to participate, primarily because they run the markets, but they don't see markets as an integral part of their work, and as a result, they choose not to participate, and there's nothing we can do currently. So our emphasis now is more to try and see what is it that we can do to get more teeth, because we really need that at the moment. Thank you.
It's a pleasure. But all right, so those Section 7 committee reports and the recommendations that were contained therein, they were adopted by Project Rebirth. So the ones that you mentioned, the lack of investment in the markets, management and ownership, which seems to be a big issue for you as well, the legislative framework, and obviously then commission systems at the market. So I think maybe just for the record, can you maybe provide Delred's views on those recommendations, and whether you still intend, despite the challenges at least, intend implementing those recommendations?
Yes, I think the situation as it stands now, we still believe in those recommendations, and we believe that they have to be implemented. Like we said, if you look at the issue of infrastructure, it's not something that can be done voluntarily. It's something that, in our view, it should be done across the markets. So what we have had in the past, we have had challenges where, especially in the markets where in the municipalities where there's no stability. If a council moves out, another council comes in, they will have a different view and understanding in terms of what is it that the market is all about. And as a result, you'd find that there was a program on the way to refurbish the market, and when they come, they stop it just like that, and then it's back to zero. That is why the issue for us is what is it that we need to do to make sure that there's uniformity in what we do, because as it stands now, markets don't work in that uniform way. Infrastructure, it's one issue. Again, there's an issue around ownership and management, where a municipality on their own, they can decide the type of system they want for their own market. Like in Joburg, you would have what they call a corporatized entity model, where the municipality would corporatize and get board of directors, and then that board of directors will hire a CEO, and then they work with that CEO, and the CEO would report to the board, and that board would report to the municipality. And then you would have others like your Tshwane, Durban, where they would be within the LED component, a different system altogether. And then you have another one like Cape Town, where the city of Cape Town decided that the market is not something that they would want to do, and then they decided to get an operator from outside. I think the company got up something like 20 years lease to run the market on behalf of the municipality. So as you can see, it's not easy to have uniformity in a setup where markets on their own don't even have the same model in terms of how they are run and managed. Hence, as a department, we strongly believe that in order for us to be in a position to implement all the recommendations that are there on the Section 7 reports, there has to be that structured way in which the markets should be put in. Otherwise, we will continue having the same challenges that we are having currently. Thank you.
I mean, we've received 70 plus submissions from submissions from 70 plus stakeholders, and almost all of them have indicated the strategic importance of the NFPMs as a platform, specifically for informal traders. We understand that the sort of formal retail sector has moved away. They've sort of vertically integrated in their supply chains. But for your informal traders and servicing the informal sector in South Africa, these markets are crucial. Now, the first Section 7 report came out in 1999, if I'm not mistaken, 24 years ago. The same issues that were indicated there, were outlined there, still persist now, 24 years later. Now, I understand the challenges that you've got, but I mean, Project Rebirth came out in 2013. 10 years ago. Comes back to my point earlier about a plan. Now, where are we going to, I mean, it's got to a point now where you can't almost use these markets. I mean, we had submissions, we had people coming here on last week as well, indicating just how bad the situation has got on the ground. And you understand that and you agree with that. But something has to be done. Now, what is the plan going forward? I mean, I understand the issues with the municipalities, but there has to be, I mean, ultimately you are the custodians of this very, very critical, platform. What is going to happen going forward? And what is it that we can do as a fresh produce market inquiry from a competition perspective to assist you in that regard?
Well, I think as I've indicated before, that for us what becomes important is for us to get more powers in terms of what is it that we can do as a department. Like I said, that currently the legislation states explicitly that everything to do with the operations of the market, it's a local government function. Until we change that part of legislation, I don't think there's not much we can do. Hence, I'm saying that there's even a report from the Office of the State Law Advisor to say that that has to be respected, because, as I said, what we wanted to do was deemed to be unconstitutional, because our view was that municipalities have got their own challenges, and some of them really they don't have capacity really to do what is expected of them in terms of running these fresh produce markets. So until we deal with that issue of legislation, I'm afraid we are going to have these challenges. At the moment, we can only try and improve in terms of how the agents operate in the markets, because that's where we are empowered by legislation. But the rest of the markets, we don't. Like, for instance, as I've indicated, we do not even have a say in terms of who gets to be appointed in those markets. Those people don't report to the department, so they can do as they please, or not necessarily as they please, but they can only report to their council, not necessarily to us. So the issue of legislation for us, it's something that we believe has to change very quick, so that we can be empowered to deal with
Are the municipalities blocking that?
Yeah, some of them, because remember, these municipalities are making, they are generating revenue from.
We've seen it. It's an enormous sum of money.
Yeah, so for them, they still see these markets as a revenue generating something. So they still want to have control, because all that money, remember, out of the 17, 18, I think now it can even be around 40 billion. I'm speaking under correction. They would normally be entitled to around between 5 and 7% of that.
5%,
yeah. So you can see it's a lot of money, and some of them are not necessarily willing to.
So that money is not being used for its purpose that it's being collected.
No, it's
for.
not at all. Because
what's happening to that money?
The money goes into the municipal pool, and then the municipalities from there, they can use the money to build schools, hospital, roads, and all those things. So very few markets get that money back in terms of reinvestments. That is why you have all these problems that we are currently having. Maybe just to also give you an example, one of the things that we attempted, I think about 2 or 3 years ago, was to assist the market in Mangaung, in Bloemfontein, to replace their ammonia plant. It's something that it's not necessarily our mandate, as I've indicated, but we went through the provincial department to say that can you please help the guys there to replace the ammonia plant, because we felt that it was something that was becoming dangerous, and also to put the fence for security purposes. So the department was willing to put 5 million aside for that work. What the municipality had to do there at Mangaung was also to make sure that they also contribute financially. But the problem became that they were under administration, and they felt that it's not something that they can do because they don't have money. So we ended up replacing the fence using the provincial Department of Agriculture funds, but we couldn't do the ammonia plant. So those are some of the things that, for me, they create problems in terms of what we would really want to do as a department. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe let's move on to the market agents that are operating on the NFPMs. And as you indicated, APAC will be coming as well. So, to the extent that you can answer these questions. But, what are your views on the current model that's operating at the NFPMs in relation to the market agents? Is it working, the current system working?
Well, one would say the system is working, but we believe that there are a few things that still needs to happen. If you look at the issue around how the sales are done, and some of the things that the agents do there during the Project Rebirth work. One of the issues that became prominent was the whole issue around late sales, issues around credits, where the agents and the farmers would give each other credits and all those things. And for us, those were the major problems. Hence, we even approached the Competition Commission, I think, around 2013, 2014. To say that please help us to investigate these things so that we can enhance our rules, because within the Act we also have the rules that we can put in terms of what is it that the agents should do when they conduct their business. So those are some of the things that, in my view, we still need to look at in terms of the conduct of the agents, how they run their sales in the markets and all that. But as I'm saying, we have that latitude in terms of the rules within the Act. That
are those rules being enforced? So I think for purposes of the record, what you're indicating, at least what you've indicated, that you've got issues around product reservation.
Yes.
Late sales, price discrimination based on the identity of the buyer as well.
Yes.
as well as credit buying. Maybe just take us through these, one by one. Like, what do you mean by product reservation? How is that distorting the market and ultimately the price discovery process at the markets?
Well, with the reservation, what normally happens is that I think there were a lot of cases like that, particularly in Durban market, where the agents, or not necessarily the agents, but the salespeople who conduct the sales in the markets within the agency would reserve certain products for what one would say they are preferred buyers. And as a result, you'd find that most of the guys, primarily your hawkers and other people, when they come, they would be told that the produce is not there, but they are waiting for somebody to come and take that. So it's a reservation that, in our view, it's anti-competitive. You can't reserve the stock for somebody, and then when people want that, you're saying that it's not available. People can see it's there, but they can't touch it because it's reserved for somebody.
So how does that reservation happen? I mean, are people calling the night before and saying, I need X amount of pallets of potatoes, for instance, or is it somebody who's on the market floor as such? Maybe, if you look at Joburg market, it's got 3 halls. Somebody's in hall 3 and they need something from hall 1. A quick phone call saying, hi, do you have X amount, or do you have, can I lock in X amount of potatoes, and you get issued a price at that point. Is that what's happening, or maybe just expand on how that is happening? Well, I understand that there's limited time for trading at the markets themselves.
Yeah, what normally happens is that, you remember, this it's a relationship issue. It's a relationship business, where the salespeople would have relationships with certain people. So how they talk, they can talk at their own time. But the bottom line is that through their communication, they can make it impossible for other people to access the produce that is there on the floor, primarily because it's specifically reserved for somebody. So,
but you understand that if a price is locked in, so an agent is not going to just reserve produce without a price being reserved. Is that right? Or at least that's from my understanding from the submissions. So somebody would phone and say, I want X amount of potatoes, and the guy would say, okay, great, that's fine, this is the price. The price is then locked in, has to be locked in terms of the market floor rules. Would that distort the market price or the price discovery process at all? I understand what you're saying, that it does seem unfair for somebody who's standing there and can't access that product, but we're more concerned about the price discovery process at this point and how that plays out.
Well, I think that those are some of the things that we wanted the Commission to help us with, to check the competitive side of it, to say that is it really legal for one to reserve, whether they may have agreed at a certain price or not. For us, was not an issue at the time. The issue was that within the competition rules or laws, can somebody discriminate and keep the produce when the rules clearly indicate that you must sell to everybody that comes. So that's why we also wanted your assistance in terms of investigating that, so that when we design our own rules, we can also factor in all those issues.
Yeah. So we'll look at it from the exclusionary aspects of it. But you mentioned you've got rules, obviously, that are applicable. And if those rules then prohibit that conduct from happening, why aren't those rules enforced? Or is it something you can enforce, or is it something that can be easily hidden from your view?
Well, currently we haven't enforced those rules, because it's something that has been, I think, happening. Hence, as I said earlier, that we wanted the Commission assist us in terms of whether all those things are really legal. Would there be a legal basis for those things to continue? And some of the things are happening not openly. Hence, we want a system in such a way that everything can be open and transparent, and then it can also be checked from the rules point of view.
Okay, so you essentially want validation for those rules, whether they
Yeah.
can be enforced from a competition perspective or not.
Yes.
Fair enough. And late sales? Talk us through late sales as well. Is it similar to what you're indicating now?
Yeah, what normally happens there is that normally the market would open around 5 o'clock in the morning, and then they will close around 11, 12. It varies from market to market, but you still have a situation where other salespeople will conduct the business before the market officially opens, or after the market is officially closed. So you'd find that now it becomes difficult to record all those activities because they are outside the what is the stipulated trading hours. And others have always been using the issue around the inefficiencies with the markets and their systems and all that to say that we are compelled to work outside the working hours. But you find that it becomes difficult now to trace all these things that are happening outside the stipulated trading hours.
So it's just difficult to monitor, is that
Yeah.
what you're saying?
Yes.
But once again, you've got rules that prevent late
Yeah.
sales from taking place.
Yeah.
Okay. Credit buying, that's something we're quite interested in as well. Do you have evidence of this happening? I mean, we've been told that it doesn't happen a lot, that it sort of happens on a rare occurrence. It's usually outside of the scope of the business of the agents themselves. They don't like doing it because there's financial risk attached to it. But, this is something you raised. Is this something you're seeing a lot more of, or is it, like they indicated, something that happens on the odd occasion?
No, it's something that was brought to our attention during the Project Rebirth work that because
is it
of
ongoing?
Yes, because of this type of relationships, you would find that if people are giving each other credits and all that, in our view, it's not something that should be allowed. That you would have an agents and the farmers and some people having those giving each other credits and that type of thing, because again our view would be that it will create problems in the future in terms of how business is being run. Again, it was one of those issues that we do not necessarily have what one would say proof. It's something that was told to us as we were doing our work, that it's something that happens in the markets and all that. So, but what we wanted the Commission to do was also to look into that and also tell us if is it something that can be regarded as a legal thing, because our view was that it would be a bit problematic for the role players to have that type of a relationship where they're giving each other credits.
Sure, it is something we'll look at.
Okay.
Still staying on the agents themselves, we've noted a high level of concentration at the market agent level at the NFPMs. Is that something that you're also concerned about?
Yeah, I think currently the issue would be mainly around how the markets are structured, and also the buying power. You would find that for people in the cities, that's where usually you'd have a lot of people who are buying and also the hawkers would normally be concentrated in the bigger cities. You would find that again, because of their size, as they expand, it's to the detriment of the markets in smaller towns, because as what is currently happening now is that you would have people coming from, let's say, in Mpumalanga, Lowveld, passing their own market in Nelspruit and Witbank, coming to Joburg, primarily because in Joburg you'd have a lot of agents. Maybe the competition there, they can negotiate better prices, and they also have a lot of products, because they would not want to come and buy one thing. They would want to have a lot of things. So maybe there it may be something to do with how the markets are structured in bigger cities, and the buying power and all those things. But of course we are concerned, because we would want a situation where markets in the smaller towns, because that's where most of the production is at, are also growing at the same rate as the ones in the bigger cities.
All right. So now, if you look at the Joburg market, for instance, I think there's 15 market agencies operating on that floor, servicing thousands of farmers and probably thousands of buyers. 15 of them. From my understanding, the structural barriers to entry are quite low. If you think about the regulatory barriers and everything else. For the amount of revenue that's being generated on that market, we're a little bit concerned about the number of participants at the market agent level. I mean, is that something that's concerning you as well, that the department is looking into specifically?
Well, I think from our point of view, what is worrisome for us, it's not necessarily the number of agents that are currently there operating. What is worrisome for us is that it is a bit difficult for your black agents to penetrate the markets, because you have guys who are already well established there, and you find that the system is such that it becomes almost impossible for them to penetrate. Even if you look at those that have attempted in the past, the failure rate by the black agents, it's extremely high. Even out of that 15, you'd find that currently they may be plus minus 18. I'm speaking under correction at Joburg, and then only one or two, which are like your traditional black agents are operating. But you can see again that they are struggling. They are not doing as well as they're supposed to be, primarily because of all those issues around how to procure the fruits and vegetables from the farmers, and also once you are there are also issues around how the space is allocated. The markets currently, through their own municipalities, they've got their own rules in terms of how they allocate the space, and that usually would go according to the turnover that one is making and all those sales that you are generating and all that. And you'd find that as a result of that, those systems, they make it impossible or impractical for the new guys, especially your black guys, to penetrate those things. You'd find that even in Joburg, when a new black guy comes in, he or she will not necessarily get a prime spot, primarily because that person doesn't have a record in terms of what they have done in the past. Maybe they will get some spot in an obscure place, and it becomes difficult.
Is this something you've experienced?
Yeah, it's something that we have seen with our eyes in terms of how those guys are allocated. But again, as I've said, that as a department, we can only talk to the markets to say that we are seeing this. They are not obliged to act. We can't instruct them to change how the things are doing. As I'm saying that, as I've said in the past, that the issue of revenue for municipalities is quite important. For them, they will be happy to have those agents that are generating money for them. But you'd find that is at a detriment of our developmental agenda, which is to bring more black players in the space.
So maybe let's just unpack the transformation, because it is something that is very concerning for us as well. In fact, there's only 3 HDI-owned market agents at the Joburg market.
Yes.
And we've had representations from the Council of Black Market Agents who represent them as well.
Yes.
What, in your view, then? I mean, you said it's difficult if you're seeing a big high failure rate. Why are they failing? What is the sort of major barrier there? You mentioned the relationships, but explain to us maybe how you see those relationships providing a barrier to potential or to potential new entrants into that market, specifically from the HDI class.
Yeah, I guess maybe as I said, that the whole issue around relationships, it's quite important, because you would find that for the agencies that are there, your established agencies, they haven't started like recently, you know. They've been there for ages, and even the farmers that are supplying them, they've been supplying them for ages. So as it stands now, it becomes a bit tricky for farmers to switch to new guys, because those guys don't necessarily have a record. And again, I think the other issue that we've also observed, but we can enforce, is the whole issue around incentives, to say that if we are bringing the new guys in the system, what is it that we can do to make sure that they stay afloat? Because from what we have seen, those first 3 to 5 years are quite critical. If there are no incentives for those guys, you are rest assured that the majority are going to fail. We've even proposed to the municipalities that maybe one of the things that they could look into would be issues around the rentals for those guys when they come there. Maybe also consider the issue around the rate that the percentage that they pay. They shouldn't pay your normal 5% right away like your established guys. Maybe they start slowly until they get to a certain level, and also maybe try and come up with mechanisms to incentivize farmers to work with those new guys. But again, these things, they just come to the market management as ideas. We don't have mechanisms to enforce those things, to make sure that they get implemented at the end of the day.
But from a policy perspective, from the department's point of view, is there not something that you can do to create policy around this, and, you know, almost like you mentioned, these incentivization schemes, or whether there's anything else that you can do to assist these market agents?
Well, I think our view is that, as I've indicated, that everything starts with policy. I mean, it starts with legislation. You know, before you come to policy, you need to get your legislation in order to make sure that whatever policy that you come up with, it will be backed up by legislation. So currently, we don't have the teeth from a legislation point of view. So until we sort out that part, we can't have a proper policy, because that policy has to be informed by legislation.
All right. Sorry, Chair, just bear with me for a second. I'm jumping around a bit. Okay, so transformation at the producer level, your growers. I did indicate to you earlier that we went out in these workshops and we've met with the HDI and small-scale farmers and a lot of the associations as well. Mopani is Agricultural Association. So in terms of the top 4 selling commodities on the markets, and I think we've identified them as It's potatoes, onions,
Onions.
tomatoes, and bananas.
Yes.
We've been told, and we've seen as well that, this is almost the exclusive purview of your white commercial farmers, that we're not seeing a lot of HDI or small-scale farmers entering or selling or growing, supplying those particular commodities. Do you agree with that statement? Is that something that you have seen as well?
Yes.
And why is that?
Well, I guess it's a whole lot of issues. Land, it's one of those. You will need a lot of land. You need there are issues around access to capital. Most of our guys do not necessarily have the capital to produce at that scale, and also the quality and the volumes required by the markets. You'd know that currently what the market require as part of the trust, you have to deliver certain quality and at a certain time, and currently as it stands, most of our smallholder guys are not in a position to deliver the bananas and the potatoes consistently, which is something that the markets requires. So it's, in my view, it's something that would still take time, but it has to happen.
Are there plans in place to assist farmers in that respect?
What we're doing currently is actually through the National Agricultural Marketing Council. What we do to ensure some transformation is that in terms of the levies that the industries get, they apply for levies, and they get approval from the minister. One of the provisions for them to get those levies, in fact, is guidelines that have been established by the National Agricultural Marketing Council, is that they set aside 20% of those levies to address issues of transformation. That is as far as we are able to go at the present moment in terms of addressing that transformation.
All right. Extension officers, the master plan indicated that you want to, or at least one of the goals is to appoint 10,000 new extension officers. Through our workshops, again, I think we picked up some concerns around the extension officers and the quality of service that they are offering to the small-scale farmers. Can you maybe explain to us the role that the extension officers play in this market, and where you see them fitting in?
In the markets, or generally?
In general, yes.
Yeah.
So in assisting small-scale farmers.
Yeah. No, they have a very big role to play, extension officers. In terms of information dissemination, that's their role. In terms of capacitating the farmers as well with technical know-how. So they have a very, very big role to play. At national level, unfortunately, we do not have extension officers. They are a provincial Department of Agriculture competence. But yeah, there's a big role that they have to play.
All right, so you won't then be able to tell us how many extension officers are currently employed in South Africa?
I would be lying to you if I were to give you that number. No.
All right, and then I suppose the same goes for their selection and their appointments. Yeah. Is this something that maybe you would look to take into the national sphere, or are you happy with it sitting at provincial level?
You see, some of these issues revolves around, I think that there might have to be constitutional reforms because those are question of competencies in terms of the three spheres of government. So extension officers are the competence that resides with the provinces. So it might actually be something that is discussed intergovernmentally, but then national government can only try to influence. It's not necessarily their space.
So that goal of appointing 10,000 new extension officers, that's going to take place at provincial level?
Yes.
All right. I think I've actually covered everything in a roundabout way. I just want to take some questions from the team.
Thank you, Mr. Bowles. Samara, do you have any questions for Dalraj?
Thank you, Chair. And through you, if you don't mind, gentlemen, I'd just like to take you back to Project Rebirth once more, but perhaps from a different perspective. I think we've heard and we understand that the core problem with implementing the major recommendations in Project Rebirth is because you don't have the legislative powers to do what the recommendations ask you to do. And I think that's a long-term view, and I think that was your response also, is that, look, you know, if we want to do that, the Constitution needs to be changed. And that's a long-term view, and, you know, we understand that that takes time, and, you know, there's a lot of stakeholders involved in constitutional amendments and that sort of thing. So I'd like to take the perspective that I like to cover is to say, all right, so now that's a difficulty, that's a long-term difficulty, it's not going to be resolved soon enough. In the meantime, the sort of problems still remain at the NFPMs. I mean, they haven't been solved. You know, so what I would like to understand from Dalrad's position is, I mean, has there sort of been discussions or planning or sort of solutions explored about how to sort of solve the problems in the meantime, and particularly from an informal sector? Has there sort of been any deliberations about, you know, how can we fix some of the problems, if not through legislation changes, then perhaps through other avenues, particularly with assisting the informal sector perhaps? Has any of those deliberations, discussions, planning has taken place?
Well, what we would want to do, it's primarily to get the colleagues from COCTA as well as SALGA to have that bigger engagement with them in terms of what is it that can be done to deal with the issues. So one of the things that we also did from our side was to come up with what we call a market assistance program, where we will take a bigger market that is doing well, has got structures and all that, and then we get people from that market, we assign them. We're using our own resources to a smaller market where they can help them to set up their systems, because you'd find that most of the markets, they will always have those challenges in terms of setting up their systems and all that. So we did that with the Joburg market and Pretoria market, where we got the guys, the colleagues from Pretoria market to work with their counterparts in Pietermaritzburg market, and other colleagues were assigned to East London markets. And from that process, we could see that things were improving from an operational point of view, because they helped them to set up their systems in a proper place. We also tried it with the Joburg market, where they were assigned to assist Swalplaki market. But that one was not that successful because of, again, the municipality that side. There were certain things that the colleagues from Joburg Market wanted in order for the things to work, like how you set up your system at the gate in terms of getting the computer, so that you'll be able to print the slips for the trucks that come in, and then that must also be linked with the IT inside, so that you have that seamless transition when the produce comes into the market and it gets recorded. You find that without those systems intact, it becomes difficult to get the systems going. So again, there were problems in the municipality, and those things could not work. So those are some of the measures that we have tried informally to ensure that at least we try and get the smaller markets to come up and running. Again, we tried that with Wheatbank and Machabeng in Velcom. But again, those were not successful primarily because, again, the municipalities there, I think they had bigger problems in terms of their debts to ESCOM and other things. So they did not think market was their main focus. And as a result, we couldn't get those going. So for us, it was also a lesson to say that in order for us to do these things in a bigger scale, we really would need more powers, because the informal way, it worked, but it did not work to a level that we wanted.
Right, and I mean, I'm asking the question in the context of, and I think you, in Dalrad's submission, the same was made about how critical the NFPMs are, you know, for various purposes. Our interests are obviously market access. So, you know, how producers, but particularly SME and HTP producers, how they access markets. And we've heard in the course of these public hearings as well, pleas from stakeholders that say we need to protect the NFPMs. You know, and it's not only the Commission's responsibility, it's, you know, it's entire government responsibility to say we need to protect NFPMs, you know, for the role they play as market access, but also for the role they play in food security, job creation, those sort of aspects. And I think the question is then directed to say, you know, is that sort of the same views that Dalrad has, to say, well, we recognize how important NFPMs are? Is it sort of, you know, where does it place in the many responsibilities of Dalrad? You know, where do NFPMs fit in?
Well, in our view, the national fresh produce markets are very important, and actually they are quite critical for our farmers and the rest of the value chain. As we have even said on our submission, that one of the bigger advantages with the fresh produce markets is that it's a bit easier for the farmers to penetrate, and there's also a lot of certainty in terms of when you enter there, you know that you would have to pay your 5% to the municipality, and then you can negotiate with the agents between 5 and 7%. So you do not have a lot of those hidden costs and all that. So for us, it's a plus for farmers. And then from the buyer's point of view, like it was indicated before, that we have over half of the people that are buying there who are your hawkers and informal sellers. And currently, they would not necessarily have a plan B in terms of there's no other platform that can supply them or cater them. So the markets are the only avenue that can cater them. And if we let them perish, I think it will be to the detriment of everybody, because they have a critical role to play. So for us as Dalard, I think we view this channel as a very, very important channel.
All right, and then moving on, you know, related topic is access to finance. Again, it's this idea about barriers, what makes it difficult for SME and HTP producers to participate. Is we've heard that access to finance is very difficult. They don't qualify for loans, particularly because they don't have any support, they don't have capital, they don't have something that they can bargain with, they don't get the necessary support they have. One of the solutions that has been offered to bridge that problem is this idea around blended finance. So where government, either in the form of a grant or a guarantee, assists the smallholder farmer in obtaining a loan. So the loan would be sponsored by a private institution, like a commercial bank, for instance, but then a portion of that loan would either be guaranteed by the government, or then a portion of that loan would be turned into a grant. And that's what I mean with blended finance. And I know in literature there's been a lot of discussions about blended finance. So what in Dalrad's view is sort of the current position on this model about blended finance? If we need to get access to finance for SME and ACP producers, there's a possible solution. What is Dalrad's view on the feasibility of that solution?
Yeah, for us it's quite important to have something like that, because I think we have in the past had programs where we would give 100% grants, and I think we have accepted that it's not a sustainable model moving forward. So I may not have all the details, but what I know is that that process is currently ongoing, where Dallard is currently putting the systems together with land banks and also the other commercial banks, so that there's a proper criteria in terms of what is it that needs to happen for the farmers and everybody to access the necessary capital.
Right, so in principle, just to clarify, so in principle, Dalrad supports this idea of blended finance?
Yes, hence we are working very closely. We started with Land Bank, but we have brought in all the big commercial banks because the expectation is that they must also match us. If we put money to fund farmers, they too will also be able to put something, so we match each other. So it's quite important for us.
All right, thank you. And then finally, something again we've come across is we've had instances where there's been incredible support from government to farmers, and particularly SME HTP farmers, where they would tell us, well, without government I wouldn't have been here.
Yes.
So incredible support on the one side. On the other side, again, there's the other side where they say, well, there's been zero support. I've been asking, but it just doesn't come. And I think once you consider that in a bit more detail, I think one of the observations might be that there is a lot of support, there's a lot of willingness, but it comes across, at least from a farmer's perspective, so looking from the farmers to government for where the help should come from, to say that it appears to be very disjointed. So province does something, this institute does something, national does something, this is extension officer, that's not extension officer. And I think the idea that's coming across, particularly from a producer level, is that it's a very disjointed approach to assistance. So first of all, I'd like your comments on that, but as part of your comment is also to perhaps explore this idea about whether it would be feasible for national department, perhaps with the assistance of a department like COGTA, to have some form of coordination, to say, well, there's a lot of assistance in some places and zero assistance in other places. Isn't there a way that we can harmonize the support to say that, because I think the point is the right assistance needs to go to the right people at the right time. I think that's the idea. Is there a way to, to harmonize, to synchronize the support?
Yes, certainly. I think as the department we would go along with the harmonization of support. Like you've rightly said, there's pockets of support that come from different angles that at times might actually defeat even the purpose that support is meant for. So yes, we would agree that there definitely is a need for harmonization.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Murray, and thank you. maybe I just ask from your submission, right? Excuse me. So just to, because I think what's important to note is that through this inquiry, so you can identify distortions, and the distortions have to be remedied if they are significant in ways that are practical. Right. So I just want to hear from you on just the top market distortions that you have identified as the department, and how you think those can be addressed. Just in some, I think I don't want to summarize the submission, but just for you to put this whole story together.
Well, if I understand your question well, the issue for us, actually there are a lot of issues in as far as the distortions are concerned. But from our point of view, I think maybe what we would want the Commission to do would be to assist us as a department to get deeper into the extent of those issues that we have raised, particularly around the credits and the late sales and produce reservation and all that, just to get a sense of what is it that we can do. If those things are outlawed, then we know that even from the rules point of view, we remove them completely, because our worry has always been that those things they are done in such a way that if we are not careful, they have potential to destroy what we are trying to build. So basically, what we would request from the Commission point of view would be to further look into those things and see if it's something that can be remedied, and if we need to do away with those, then they must be outlawed, and then we know that when the people are in the market, they shouldn't do all those things that they are currently doing. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. You want to add?
Yes, if I may add, we've gone through great lengths to try and get the national fresh produce markets working, but like we have indicated, there are these stumbling blocks that are in the way, and if there is a way that the Competition Commission could assist us with some of these issues. He's mentioned them, the ones that we've raised in the submission as well. If in some way the Competition Commission could assist us with addressing those, never mind the biggest elephant in the room, which is the legislation part of it, that we do not necessarily have the legal arm to stand on in terms of addressing some of the issues, especially the issues around the operations of the markets. But if at least in those areas that we have identified, that could be issues relating to competitive or anti-competitive behavior within the markets, we would be happy with that.
No, so thank you for that. And just on funding, because usually there's always a view that there must be more funding all the time, then there must be more funding. What is the adequacy of the support measures that are currently in place in the space, in your view? So if there are gaps, what would be those gaps, and how they can be addressed? Just broadly funding in the fresh produce value chain. I think you've touched on agents. I think there are farmers. There could also be market access at retail. If you look at how, retail right at the end, in some cases, is too informal to even be, characterized as meaningful participation. It's still trading in the streets. It's that kind of arrangement. But how have you assessed this yourselves?
Yeah. The issue of funding, it's a challenge at the moment, especially if one take into consideration the difficulties that the government at large it's going through. But as a Department of Agriculture, I think we have tried, especially with the funding mechanisms that we have to try and fund, especially using a vehicle like CASP, where we try and fund farmers at a production level, and even go to an extent of assisting at a level of post-harvest. So those are some of the things that we have tried as a department. But at the same time, we have also tried the blended funding, where now we try and get everybody, because our view is that it's not something that can be done by the government on its own. We need as many people as possible, particularly from the private sector, and we believe that once we get the banks in officially, then it will probably go a long way towards improving the situation. But like you know, funding it will never be enough. But as we have also indicated, even with what we have gone through with the markets, our problems go beyond funding in a way. Like Mr. Kelembe said, that the whole issue around legislation, for us it's quite critical, and it is also our hope that maybe as part of the recommendations, or without preempting what you're going to find, that we would also have to look into that, to say what is it that we have to do in terms of streamlining our legislative arm, because as it stands for us, it really is becoming an impediment in terms of what we need to do moving forward. Thank you.
Thanks. And maybe I know that we're going to be hearing from the Department of Water and Sanitation, but there's this issue around water rights, and I think it does also affect you in a way, even in how you can support farmers. What's your view on this constraint, and how maybe, at least from your department's view, how this ought to be addressed?
Well, currently, what we do, especially at the level of CASP, which is a Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program, we work closely with the colleagues from the Department of Water Affairs, and also our colleagues within DALART, who are responsible for engineering and water support, to ensure that the farmers that we assist have water license, water rights, and all those things, because we have had a challenge in the past where we would fund somebody only to find that they don't have water rights or water license, and it becomes a problem, especially when now they have to expand find that what they've been doing it's illegal. So what we have done since then was to rope in the Department of Water and Sanitation to assist us with that aspect of water licenses and all that, so that each and every project, one of the requirements would be that for you to be funded, you also have to have a water license, to make sure that we cover that part. But the challenge with that is that now you have got a lot of guys who are excluded because they don't have those water licenses. But it's something that we are discussing with the colleagues at Department of Water to make sure that we deal with that situation, because of that now we are not funding as many people as we do, because it's clear that there are a lot of guys who are still having challenges with these water licenses.
Thank you very much for that. May I check if you have any closing remarks you wish to make? Because that was my last question.
Thank you, Chair. From my side, I would say that the inquiry into the fresh produce markets is very, very important. We view it as a very, very important inquiry, precisely because, like I think we have indicated before, there's a lot of your hawkers or your street traders that actually depend, their livelihoods is actually governed by whether we have the fresh produce markets surviving going forward or not. And if those markets were to be to go by the wayside, it would affect quite a lot of people. We're talking issues around food security here as well. So it becomes very, very important for us to make sure that we get the national fresh produce markets working as perfectly as they can. So we definitely welcome the initiative that the Competition Commission has taken in this regard, and hopefully that it will come up with recommendations that will go a long way towards addressing the issues that we had identified. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mantata, Mr. Makafula, and Mr. Kelembe. Thank you very much for making the time. We do appreciate it. Thank you. We will take a break. I think the next stakeholder is at 14:15. So we will be back here at 14:15 to resume with the next stakeholder. So thank you very much. We're resuming with the hearings. We shall now call on the Department of Water and Sanitation. Welcome. Mr. Mfundongo Bese is the evidence leader. He will take you through.
Thank you, Chair. So we have colleagues from the Department of Water and Sanitation. If you can please state your full names for the record, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Namisha Matraprasad. I represent the Compliance Monitoring Unit of Department of Water and Sanitation from Pretoria.
Good day, everyone. My name is Tsunduka Kosa. I'm the Director responsible for water use licensing in the Department of Water and Sanitation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abashoni Dokas Nefare. I'm also from the Department of Water and Sanitation under Compliance Monitoring, Irrigation Water Use Activities. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for the purposes of these interviews, if you can tell us if you've got any objections taking the prescribed oath for your presentations. We can start with any one of you.
No, I don't have any objection to take the oath.
Thanks.
I have no objection to the oath.
Thank you.
I have no objection to the oath.
Thanks. There is a paper just right there. You can just read the first part.
I swear that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
I swear that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I swear that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
All right, thank you. I've seen in your submissions that you have a few, I think it's 2 presentations. Would you like to take us through them? Of course, in the process, indicate what is the department doing with respect to the issues that arises in the fresh produce across the value chain. And in the process of doing your presentation of your slides, that I think are they in the submissions.
Okay, thank you. Whilst my colleague is just looking into the one that relates to the metering, I'm going to take you through the one that deals with water use authorization. I'm just trying to get the presentation from my computer so that you can use the copy that you have provided to us. Right, I'm the director responsible for water use licensing. Basically, the presentation that we have provided, two, so I'll deal with the one that deals with water use authorization. So in that submission, what we've done is to show the need. Why do we have to authorize water uses? And then the actual activities that we authorize. How long is the process? What are the requirements in this process? And then what is the internal processes? How do we make our decision? And then the recourse when the decision has been made, what can one do? and then concluding remarks. Basically, the reason why we authorize, we're fulfilling a constitutional mandate as a department. So it's an expectation for the department arising from the Constitution that we have to make sure that we protect the water resources, which in that we have to prevent pollution. And the second part of it talks to Section 27 of the Constitution, which is the Bill of Rights. Specifically, everyone has the right to have access to water. So the authorization function in the department precisely it's meant to achieve those two imperatives. So we do have the National Water Act that we implement that draws from the Constitution so that we can achieve that mandate. So in the National Water Act, Act 36 of 1998, the purpose of the Act there is to ensure that the water resources are protected, used, developed, conserved, managed and controlled in ways that take into account important factors, such as one, which is very key, meeting the present and future basic needs of the people in the country. We have to ensure that there's water for everyone for now and in future, and there are other important elements or factors that we take into consideration, like equitable access to water resources, knowing the history of the country where we have unequal access. So this act seeks to achieve equity, but of course there are other imperatives, and I have one slide that shows the current state of water resources in the country. I don't know if I can project it to people here. It's not possible. But basically that slide is showing us what is in the purse or in the fiscus, if it's treasury, how much money we have as a country. This slide shows how much water we have. And if one wants to summarize that, I would say we are at a balance, situation of a balance. The yield, it's at a point where it's equal to what is required in the country. So we have to tread very carefully, everyone, knowing South Africa is a water scarce country. Hence now the need for authorization. If you don't come with authorization and balance access to control, then you have everyone taking, and then obviously the graph for the requirements will shoot up, and then what we have, then there will be now water shedding. We'll move from power shedding, electricity, then to water shedding. So that's what we do. So we do have in this picture, it's showing specific areas, and if you want to go to the specific areas which are catchments in the country, you will see that very few of them, less than half, we have more water than is required in those catchments. So as it were, it paints a very bad picture. And where we have water, just for context, available, is towards the coast, and that water is running into the sea. So you can see the difficulty here. Then coming into authorization, what do we authorize? What happened in the Act in Section 21, we have identified 11 water uses. So those are activities that when you undertake them, in one way or the other, you will impact on the resource, either quality or quantity. And this thing, you need to understand it in context to say that once you impact the water resources on quality, you are reducing the water that is available. So it's the same way as taking that water. So even if you impact quantity, so it's the same. So all those activities, they are summed up in Section 21 of the Act, and their water uses. We do have an example of them in our presentation, like Section 21A, which is taking water from a water resource. If you sink a borehole and abstract water from that borehole, you are taking water from a water resource, you got to have a license. or any type of an authorization that is provided for in the Act. If you're storing water in a dam, then you have to have an authorization. Impeding and diverting the flow of water, these are structures that can be constructed in rivers and so on, then rivers will stop flowing. So we need to authorize that. Forestry trees, if you plant them, they are taking water, groundwater and surface water at the same time. We have to authorize that. So, and so on and so on. Water quality related water uses, we have them. I wouldn't like, for the sake of time, to run through all of them. Important one, it's section 21K there. It's for recreational purpose. For if you using a boat in a dam, you need to have a license. And water-related sports like fishing and so on in our dams and rivers. But then, fortunately, that one is pre-authorized. We allow people not to come to the department. You can go ahead. It's provided for in the Act as Schedule 1 water use. Now, our
apologies, if you don't mind interrupting you. If you can just relate to us which of those are impacted by farming.
Farming,
as you go through the slides.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Here, amongst the 11 water uses, the one that are applicable to farming is Section 21A in a big way. That is taking water from a water resource. I've indicated that a water resource is groundwater or a dam or a river. Once you are abstracting there, we want to authorize you so that we account for that water. That is, it gets back to the graph that I was explaining to say that we have so much. So here, when you deal with Section 21A, you are now either reducing that graph in terms of the requirement side, that bar. So we authorize. So there's no farming that happens without this water use. And then storing, it's applicable. Farmers would like to construct a dam that will store some water for use when there's no rains and so on, either right in the stream or or off channel, right at the farm that is not in the stream. So if you look into a dam in a stream, obviously it's problematic because it means that the flow downstream is reduced significantly. So we have to control that and allow you have to come with information that prove to the department how you're going to release and how you're going to ensure that the people downstream, they still get water. So that is Section 21B. Issues of Section 21C and I, they are just secondary water uses to say that we would like to see the structures, the release valve of that dam and so on. But it happens that a farmer is constructing off channel, then there's no need for that water use. Then I've already gone through Section 21D that deals with forestry because that is also related to agriculture. Everyone who's planting those trees to harvest for timber, and then we need to authorize that. It's important. Then Section 21C goes with I, which is altering the banks and courses or characteristics of water courses. Once you build a dam, you have changed the characteristics of the river. So you need to be authorized for that. I don't know, can I proceed? That I don't want to go through all of them. Let's run to the slide that deals with the types of authorization that we give in terms of the Act, Section 22. Because these are different types of permission. I think most of the people here have driver's licenses. Some have licenses for motorbikes, bicycle. I don't know if there's a license. So even in the department, there is types of authorizations depending on your water use activity. The first one is Schedule 1. This is reasonable domestic use. So it's pre-authorized. You can go ahead without coming to the department and then do it, provided it's within the scale of reasonable domestic water use. I give an example of drilling a borehole for your family, and then you irrigate your garden. So that it's not commercial. One can go ahead without coming to the department. Then we go to the second level, and it's in accordance of risk. As the risk increases, then we also want to have a good authorization. There's what we call a general authorization. Here we publish a notice with thresholds. I've demonstrated that in different catchment we have different amount of water that is available. So if there's water available, we will define a certain volume that when you are abstracting, you can abstract without coming to the department. And a general authorization, you do come to the department only for registration, but not necessarily for licensing. So it's a higher level of the authorization than Schedule 1. Let me go to existing lawful water use. This is the act, the current act that we're implementing, the 1998, trying to accommodate previous authorizations that were there in terms of 1956 Act and so on. The authors of the current act didn't want to say you stop, you don't have a right, come and apply. So if you had an authorization in terms of 1956 Act, you are allowed to proceed in terms of this act. But that use must be lawful. You can't, we have to have a way as a department of proving it that it was taking place lawfully so that you can go ahead. So we have a process of declaring those existing lawful water use, which is a simple process because you just demonstrate with perhaps ESCOM payment, old payments, that I was taking this water before the 1998 came into force. Then we write you a letter, then you can proceed. Then dispensing with the requirements for a water use license, surely it doesn't apply to farming, whether small scale or light scale. It applies to those activities that our sister department would have authorized, like DFFE, bridge construction and so on. That will impact on wetlands. If there's an authorization, we can read that authorization. If we are satisfied that the Water Act is covered in terms of resource protection, then we are going to exempt the applicant, the water user, to say go ahead without a license. Then, of course, the last one is the water use license that deals with the biggest risk. It's commercial, and we talk of big abstraction, high quality impact uses here. We don't want to leave anything to chance. We have to process now a license. Then,
so apologies again.
Yes.
Where would you fit in the new farmers coming in?
First of all, the farmers, they are commercial. Therefore, they are ruled out from Schedule 1. They can't partake there. They have a chance for general authorization in catchments that are still open, that still have some water available. They can. But by and large, they have to come to the license path. Simply because I've said in most catchment we don't have, and the volumes that they apply for, because they are commercial, they exceed the ambit of the general authorization, and then they come through for the license process.
Unless they are established and they fall under the existing law water use.
Yes, that happens when normally rural development have procured land for them and settled them there. So you find that there was an existing entitlement in that particular land. Then they come in and then they become successor entitled for that authorization. Then they proceed. But if there's no authorization, of course they apply for a license. Then the process takes 90 days, divided into two parts: applicant part and department part. So The applicant part, it means that it's the applicant who has to come and approach the department to say, I want an authorization. And then we're going to assign a person in the department, which we call a case officer or assessor, to service that particular person. Let's say it's a small-scale farmer. So that person will go, reach out to that small-scale farmer, have a discussion on site, looking at the farm, looking at where the water will be drawn from, and so on. And that case officer is now able to give a letter of information requirements to that farmer, and then that's where we leave the farmer to gather the information without us. So that is the first phase of the process. When the farmer is done with all the information that would be required based on that farm, where it's located and the water resource to be impacted, the farmer will come back to us and submit. Once those documents are submitted, that's when we're talking about the 90 days. That it will take us 90 days as a department to process and come up with a decision on that particular license application.
Again, sorry, is there a fee payable to the department for the application?
Yes, the process. There's slide 13. I don't know if the slides have changed between what I've given you. It says contents of WULA application, administrative. It's showing forms, land ownership. That is important. We can't process your license if you don't have some sort of proof of lawful access to that land, because now we'll promote you know, I don't know what will, trespassing or whatever. So you need to show that you have the land title deed. It could be lease agreement or whatever, if you don't own the land. So there is proof, payment of application. Your question, Mr. Ngobese, it's 115 rands license processing fee payable to the department. But what is important is that this fee can be waived. In the Act, there is a section that deals with waiving of this fee in deserving cases. So in deserving cases, it means where people are historically disadvantaged, and then they submit proof that they don't have that money. And then we will write the submission all the way to the DG. Then the DG is going to say, yes, I support that this person doesn't pay. It may look not important now, but it will be very important in the near future, because in the regulations that we have published for public comments, that we are busy finalizing them, we are raising this fee. We are increasing the fee, because it has never been increased since the Act came into force in 1998. So it stayed like that for what reason we do not know. So, but we are going to increase this fee. So it will be important. We'll now receive a lot of waiver applications from the new entrants who cannot afford. So, yeah, I think that is I've dealt with now our administrative requirements. There are forms, there's everything. Important to mention that we have automated the process now, meaning that there is an electronic system portal where you submit your application and we process that application using that system. It's called Electronic Water Use License and Authorization System. So that also, it's some sort of a risk or barrier perhaps to the small scale farmers, because they may not have means and skills to access this portal. But we do, as a department, reach out to those who say to us we can't, by way of availing our case officers, as I've mentioned, that will go drive to the site, use their own laptops to open these applications on behalf of those who can't. So we do have a way, and when they are ready with the information, the same is done, that somebody can go get that information back to office, upload it into the system, and then the process of assessing can start. So as it were, in the EWULAS system, we do have two types of applications: department created applications on behalf of those who can't, and those applications that have the application was submitted by those who can. So that's it. And the other important slide, because I've juggled around the presentation, it's your supporting documents. There's administrative, we've gone through that, and there's technical. I must just be open to say that is where we get problems faced by small-scale new entrants when it comes to technical requirements. I will give an example. If you are to abstract water from a borehole, then you need to conduct a groundwater study. And we don't allow anybody to conduct that study. We want a person suitably registered and qualified to do that. So that person will be registered with SACNAS, a professional body that is regulating scientists in that field, to make sure that the information we get as a department is credible and it's accurate and correct. So the farmer will now have to hire that person without the department's involvement, of course, because we play a regulatory role. So there's even a cost there that we don't know, and we can't say how much it is you need. And there's other things like your dams. If you construct a dam, obviously you can't construct a dam without an engineering design because the dam can fail, and it's a risk to people. And it must have valves to release and so on. So there must even be a hydrologist who's going to study what is the impact of that dam on the environment as well as the existing users. So we get a lot of information that gets to be submitted to support the application. And there is no way for now to say that when you run a regulation, you will not want it for an X person. And then because all we have to do is to make sure that we have done an assessment before we reach a decision. So I think that that's the other part of requirements. So it's two parts, administrative and technical.
Yes, the technical part, irrespective whether you are drawing the water underground or you are drawing it from the river, you still need to get the technical studies done.
Look for surface water. There is a lot of information in the department that makes us to be able to analyze whether we can authorize this one or not. But for groundwater, it's problematic. So we don't treat the two in a similar fashion. So applicants for surface water can submit, we can be able to do the assessment. The reason being that groundwater tend to be so site specific. It could be that you drill a borehole here where we see that the yield is 2 liters per second, and then when you get to some 200 meters this direction, you are going to get a big yield. So the department cannot be able to cover the studies that we can do enough for everyone. So it's more site specific, and it's very difficult. Hence we want that groundwater from the applicant. But then the applicant for surface, they are more luckier because we do have stations as a department in each catchment that are capturing the hydrology to say how much yield. That's why you saw I gave you that graph to say this is how much we have. We get it from our monitoring section. But for groundwater, that's not the case. So if you have a new entrant who's the applicant for farming, groundwater, you can find the file, it will be this big, but then for surface, it's just the administrative and just a few papers, then we're able to make an analysis on that.
Okay, thanks for that. Predominantly, the new farmers, are they mainly groundwater or surface water applications that you receive?
It will depend on the area, the catchments. I've shown you that as you go to the coast your KZN, Eastern Cape, and so on. You do Western Cape. You do have the water still available. You'll get abstraction from surface. But then as you move to Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Gauteng and so on inland, you'll see that's where the graph is looking bad. You then tend to get groundwater abstraction. The reason being that it's very difficult to approve a surface water application under those circumstances. So people are aware of that, then they will be, or they are advised during the pre-application process by the case officers to say, we know this area. This is the current status of water availability. So we advise you to switch your application to ground, and these are the requirements.
Thanks. We can move on to the next presentation.
Yeah, I think the next one.
If you are not finished.
Mine I'm done. I discussed the issue of your electronic system that we have online. The process is internal. In short, what we do when we have received an application to come to a point of a decision, we look into water availability. It's a big factor when the application has come. The first question, what did the groundwater study say? If there is something, it shows that it proves that there is enough water, then obviously we have our tick there. And then we look into other aspects like issues of redress that I've highlighted in my opening slides, equity, and then that application will score more, and then obviously we're going to grant. But then we can tick equity, we tick other points, you find that, but there is nothing. If you authorize, you are creating a risk to the resource. There's one element that I want to stress, which we call what we call the reserve. The reserve, it's water that is set aside for ecology and basic human need. This takes priority to business. According to the Act, we have to make sure that when we run the system, there's water left for basic human needs as well as ecology. We don't want a crisis as a department whereby crocodiles and everything, hippos, are going to now come and live with us in our homes when we have now used up all the water. So that is then the Act Section 18. It's explicitly stated that the delegated authority or the minister must give effect to the reserve when making decisions in water resource management. So it means we allocate whatever is left. And there is international obligations, again, for the resources that we are sharing with our neighboring countries. We also give that a priority. You have to leave a certain volumes. There are agreements, international agreements governing that. We have to respect that. But whatever is left, then we're able to authorize. That is how we authorize, trying to balance environment, economic and social aspects. In terms of recourse, when we have made a decision to decline, you can go to the water tribunal. It's an independent body, but it's the chairperson. Actually, the whole tribunal, it's appointed by the minister. The chairperson and the deputy is recommended by the Judicial Services Council. So that's when you take your complaint there to say, they've declined my application, and then we'll go there as a department, will be a respondent, and then they will adjudicate over that appeal and make a decision. So the other part to this is that a person who has objected to the license being issued, when a license is issued, can also object. So hence you see I stress the need for information requirements, because when there's an appeal by somebody who says, you should not have issued this thing, this is going to impact me, then now we need to show that the applicant gave us enough documents that prove there's water here, there's everything. So we have taken care in the assessment process of your needs. So when there's an appeal, the decision is suspended. If we have granted a license, you cannot operate unless you have made a special request to the minister now to say, Minister, can you please lift the suspension whilst the tribunal is it's proceeding. So that's appeal and yeah, that's the process. In short, I don't think I have to add more unless there are questions on that. Thank you.
No, thanks, Mr. Kosa. We can move on to the next presentation.
All right, thank you so much. And the part that I'm going to present here, it's going to be aligned to the existing lawful use that Mr. Kosa has indicated. That's where the regulation comes in. This regulation says it's regulations requiring that the taking of water for irrigation purposes be measured, recorded, and reported. The background and the objective of these regs, or the need for the regs, this existing lawful use is water that has been used for irrigation purposes prior the 1998 National Water Act. They've been authorized in terms of the 1956 Act to use water. So the department is still recognizing. So the key requirement for leaking in most of the ELUs is the requirement to measure. So the minister, as the custodian of the water, cannot effectively manage these water resources if we're not measuring. So we need to know how much water each water user is using. And measuring is not just a government control, but for the user as well to be able to know, because we all know that our country is very scarce in terms of water resources. Mr. Kosa has also indicated. So if the water users are not managing their own water, at the end of the day, we won't be seated here having food to eat. So they also have to control and manage their water resources. And as I proceed with the need for regulations, the lawfulness finding of the registration for these regs is, we've got licenses, he has already spoken about it, and the general authorizations, which amounts to, the licenses and GA amounts to 13.4% volume that we have in our WOMS register. And then the lawfulness still to be determined, which is the existing lawful use ELU, is about 86.5%. You can agree with me that this is a very big chunk in terms of our water use pie diagram. So existing lawful use is still the biggest water use. So if we do not control, we will at a later stage do not have enough water for other applications as well. So the first bullet refers to the table above, which I believe you are seeing it here. And that is close to 90% of the 90% of the registered water use in the DWS as existing lawful use. The only tool to effect change is this regulation, because we saw as the department that it's difficult to monitor compliance if there's no request or if there's no condition in the authorization to say you must measure what you're taking. And since Section 34(1) of the National Water Act says a person or that person's successor entitled may continue with an existing lawful use, subject to any existing condition or obligation attaching to that use. So therefore, these regulations have been published in a National Gazette on 17th Feb 2017. And the regulation is dedicated only to irrigation water use activities, taking water in terms of the National Water Act Section 21 water uses A and B. Then this one applies to Section 21A for taking water for irrigation purposes only. And this is justified by the largest portion of this sector, like I've already indicated. Agricultural water seems to be a victim of its own success, having supported human development and secondary industries. More water is needed for new demands and therefore increased regulations. So if we are not measuring, it means the applications will always be declined because there won't be any water to allocate anymore. So the objective is to prescribe the requirements and procedures to be followed to measure the water taken from water resources, including in-stream dams, by water users who are required to measure the water that they take for irrigation purposes. If the person is authorized under general authorization, that is minimal, but depending on the merit of the cases, sometimes we may say we are instructing you, because if we ignore that in certain areas which is dry, it may also compromise the water resources. So the legislative provisions for these regulations was in terms of Section 26(1) of the National Water Act, which says the minister may make regulations. B says requiring that the use of water from water resources be monitored, measured, and recorded. And there are things that we also have to note. What are these regulations are for? The instructions were issued to all water users who are taking water for irrigation purposes to say they must install measuring devices. And the National Water Act as primary legislation already has this provision. Schedule 3.4.1 says a catchment management agency may require in writing that a water user install a recording monitoring device to monitor the storing, abstraction, and use of water. So the regulations as a secondary legislation provides it provides the how part. These regulations provide the how part. And the National Water Act also gives provision to say water user associations must also play a role in this function. Schedule 5.4 says the water user associations' principal function is to supervise and regulate the distribution of water from water resources according to the relevant water use entitlements that they are having, by erecting or maintaining the devices, which is the measuring device here, or meters.
Yes, sorry, Ms. Mukali, just one question.
Okay.
What is the consequence if a user does not install the measuring device as required?
Okay.
Yeah.
After the published regulations, there were instructions to all water users to say you must install measuring device within 30 days. And the water users, our clients, requested the extension. It was published in 2017, and the instruction we issued around 2018, 2019. And they were complaining to say 30 days for installation is just a short notice. They requested extension to 120 days, which the department granted, and it expired in 2020. So anyone who is having an authorization to use water in terms of the existing lawful use and has not installed a measuring device today as we're seated here is not complying with the regulation. So there's a provision for non-compliance and the issuance of directive in the regulations. I'm not sure if I've answered your question. Yes.
But what are the consequences?
There's a penalty, I think it's regulation 10 or 9. There's a penalty of imprisonment of 5. I didn't bring my regulation with me,
okay.
But there's a fine or imprisonment, which is less than 5 years. Yes. Can I proceed?
Yes.
Who is to install the measuring devices? Water users who are required to measure must do so as directed by the condition of water use authorizations. So with licenses, if there's a person who issued a license in terms of the National Water Act, that one is straightforward. There's a condition attached. So this one was only for existing lawful use where there was no condition to install a measuring device. So water users issued with a notice by the responsible authority instructing them to measure the water that they abstract can be individually or can be in terms of water user associations or institutions. So they are covered in the instructions that I've already mentioned. So there was an instruction that was going to the water management institutions, which are the irrigation boards and water user associations, and the instruction was also issued to individual water users. Those are the members who are not forming part of any water management institutions. And what could be the reason for the instruction? The authority may at any time direct a water user to install measuring device for the purpose of effective water resource management. I've already indicated that. And instruction-based approach enables the responsible authority to manage the process effectively. And in respect to data management, to compliance to these instructions. And water users may be instructed to install to verify the accuracy of that device if it's still giving accurate records. And they have to provide those records. We've got a mailbox system for the submission of those measuring records per water management area. And what device must a water user install? The department doesn't prescribe to say go and buy this kind of a measuring device, as long as it meets the requirements in terms of the regulations. That is what is required, because if the department says go and buy this kind, and the water user may say I'm not able to afford, or they've got financial problems and all those things, so we do not prescribe the measuring devices. And the implementation progress. Instruction issued in Western Cape, it was issued to all sectors, not irrigation only. That was in 2018. The reason being, if you recall, there was drought. So there were strict measures for all the sectors to reduce the use of water, whether you were under for municipalities or irrigation or industries. So the metering mailbox that was created in Western Cape was to accommodate all the sectors. And the Gazette instructing irrigation boards and Water Users Association to install measuring devices was approved by the Director General on 1st February 2018. And not yet published for implementation. And emails created for receiving the measurement data. That's what I've already spoken about. Yeah, that brings me to the end of the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, just moving on to the questions then. In your submissions, just to summarize one of your responses there, you said the use of water in agriculture is aligned with the irrigation strategy of South Africa, as well as the agriculture and agro-processing master plan, which both seek to ensure food security. And then you say the department seeks to address the dualism in the agriculture sector, where on one hand they are well-resourced and predominantly white-owned commercial farms, and on the other hand they are poorly resourced, small-scale, subsistence black-owned farms. So in light of your submission there, can you just explain to us sort of background activities that the department is involved in respect of irrigation, and specifically how you allocate the licenses?
In fact, what happens, we work with the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform. There is actually a certain forum that our chief director sits in there. The purpose being to align the challenge that we realized was that farms were being procured for black people, and then when they've settled, you find that there's no water used there in that farm, right? And then an application will be made to the department, and we cannot process and grant it. So now what happens in that forum, there is alignment to make sure that before the farm is actually bought, everything is verified. We get a request to say confirm if there is a water authorization, be it existing lawful water use or not, or the new license, then we will do that and then send it back. So that will go into the value of that particular farm, and then we know once it's purchased, then people who will be settled will not come to the department and look for a license. The issue that recently there is an MOU that was signed between the two departments that then deals with the applications, because that's where there's a problem. Whilst we are a regulator, we do not have means to support the application process, and that is problematic. So within that MOU, there are means that are being developed to say that let's get a list of applications, like new applications, not the people who are benefiting from rural development. If we get a list from the Department of Agriculture, we know them, then can't the Department of Agriculture provide money for what is required for license, like drilling of bores, because that must be done prior before you even come to us. So there is that alignment. But we used to have a fund as a department that because of the prevailing circumstances of the fiscus, they've stopped giving us that money. It used to call Resource Poor Farmer Program, that we used to have our own fund. When people are applying, we could assist them and so on. But now that we no longer get that money. But there is always discussions with agriculture and ourselves to assist these small-scale farmers. Yeah.
Yes. To what extent are commercial banks involved in that program as well, to assist the smaller farmers with that application process and all the pre-application things that they need to do? Are commercial banks as well involved in that?
No, the only thing we hear is when we engaging with the new entrants is to say that they refused or stopped on my application for funding because I don't have a license, and they referred me to you to try and assist on the process. Then we'll take over and assist, but as I've said, to where we can, our ability, by assigning a person to help in terms of creating the application and not. But when it then comes to application compilation, then there is a challenge again, because we do not have means to support, and really it's also a mandate issue. That's why that fund for Resource Poor Farmer was terminated. When Treasury is reviewing our budgets, it says that, no, but I do have another program in Department of Agriculture, and you also have something for the farmer. Let's try and have this fund in one place. So that is the challenge. But not, we do not know if the banks help them or not. But I haven't found a situation where they are assisted. I found where they've stopped. They came to us because there's an application pending or stopped at Land Bank or whatever bank, but it's stalled because they don't have a license. Thanks.
So there is no sort of working together with the banks that you are aware of between yourselves and perhaps even Department of Agriculture to try and assist the small-scale farmers to be able to comply with the requirements that they will require for granting of the license. We don't have any working relationship established with the banks.
The only bank, maybe if I'm allowed to mention, it's Land Bank that approached us simply to learn the process from us. What are the requirements what do we need and so on. And so that they understand this process. I believe that when the farmers go to them, they want to help them to say, as you go to the department, have this and this and this to get your process fast. And we have seen them intervening or asking us of the progress of certain applications. But the other banks, I haven't seen them involved.
Yes. In terms of the granting of the licensing, what consideration do you take into account? I mean, do you take into account in that particular area, for instance, whether it's saturated, there is probably established farmers are taking a bulk of the water, probably underground or on the stream, to determine whether there's any possibility for new entrants to come into that particular area. Do you take that into account, or?
Yes, definitely. Especially now, if I start with groundwater, remember I've said one who wants to use groundwater must then give us a study. That study will also have an element of which you call a hydrosensors, meaning that you have to check bowls close by that are existing, that are in use, understand them, how deep they are, what are the levels, and so on, so that when you bring yours, you have an indication of how much impact it can cause on the other existing ones, and how we're going to manage this. So in addition to that, we do have that document that I said is the reserve also for groundwater, that we have to reserve a certain portion. So that one gives us in the catchment, it gives us more or less how much we have in the entire catchment. Now, when the groundwater study comes, it zooms into the area, and then we now see specifically what happens in the area. Then we make a decision. And then equally, in terms of surface water abstraction, we do have good records, fortunately, for the department, because the country is divided into 4 units of analysis of water availability. At the big scale, we have what we call a water management area, and then in the water management area, we do have some sort of a catchment. And there's also a third level of a catchment, but there's a smaller one, which we call a quaternary catchment. It's a small area. So for those small areas, countrywide, we do have the yields to say in surface water, to say this yields so much. So then we have a record of existing users as well. So and then if you know the portion of reserve, existing users, you deduct that, then you are left with a portion that you are able to allocate. So it's clear.
Yes, so you will agree then that if there's been a saturation in that particular area, it's very difficult to grant a new licensee a license.
That will decline if the indication is that there is no further water available for allocation.
Yes, I mean, if the existing users of water are numerous, and for the water levels in the area, it might be that a person who comes late will be declined the license.
Yes, I must say yes, because in the Act, there are mechanisms that are built to accommodate new entrants. It's 2 of them. One, we have what we call compulsory licensing. Compulsory licensing, it means that all the water in the catchment will come back to the kitty, and then we are going to start allocating anew. So there are rules. That is meant to accommodate new entrants. But that we need to do after we've done what we call validation and verification first in the catchment, so that we know everyone is entitled to this much. So that when we see that we are in a good space to move into compulsory licensing, we have done that in two areas, in Hlatuze and the KZN catchment. That was done. And then in Tosca, there is that Northern Cape, yeah, it was done. So that is the one. When everyone has a license, there is what we call general review in terms of Section 42 of the National Water Act. Is it 42, Namisha was there? General review, everyone has a license. We also bring everything back to the kit and say now there's people who are waiting, knocking by the door, who are outside, they want to come in. We need to leave. So we're going to curtail everyone. And then that's when we don't meet the reserve, as I've said, and then we need to accommodate new entrants. So there are two levels of that. So hence, it's then risky then if you find that, look, you have enough data in front of you that there's no additional water in that catchment to force an issue, because the implication of that, it's what we call assurance of supply. The existing users will not get water at the current assurance of supply levels. And we have human consumption which is at about 90% of the times. That's the assurance of supply that we must guarantee. But we do have power generation and so on, 98. We have to make sure that there is water going to that process. So once you accommodate that effect of forgoing the new people in a catchment, when the catchment is stressed, you reduce, so then the assurance of supply. So then in those cases, we are able to decline and state that we have declined. But we do direct, as we've said, even at pre-application stage, to say this is the information we have. It will be difficult for you, but the Act doesn't allow me to block an application to come into the department, by the way, because there's a delegated authority at the end of the chain who can overrule everyone and say, I'm granting this. So, but I'm just saying that these are the considerations. It's something that you have to be careful. I've said it's litigious. The existing users have also a role. And in most cases, when you apply, not necessarily in most, in all cases, we say undertake public participation, meaning publish and invite people who are in the area to make comments as to say they support or they are objecting to a proposed activity. So those are the things we consider. Now you have objection, you have the resource that is in a stress situation, now you have this new user.
Yes, so if I got you where you said you have currently completed 2 catchment areas in terms of the levels.
The compulsory.
Compulsory.
Yes.
So with the rest of the areas, you can still apply and get the license.
We have conducted compulsory licensing in those 2 areas. In Tosca, it was special for groundwater. The groundwater resources were overstretched, and then it was not controllable. We have to now say everything must come back, and then we are able to reallocate anew. And then in Hlatuze, it was surface water. Then in KZN, then we called everything. So there we don't have a problem, as it were, for now. We have new entrants who manage to break through. Unless at some time when we're going to conduct a review and say, hey, now we need to go to the second stage of reallocation, which is a general review of licenses provided for in the new Act in terms of Section 42.
So maybe you can say this, probably repeat it. What is it that the department is doing or not doing that impacts negatively on the accessibility of water, especially by the new entrants? Is there anything that you can point out to us which you are probably failing in doing as a department, which is probably impacting negatively on the small businesses from accessing, or new licensees from accessing water?
Well, I think the problem, first, it will be that we do have a mandate as a department, of course, to process licenses and also to take issues of equitable access, to make sure it happens. But then I've said we do not have a budget. So that on its own, it's a problem. But if there is good agreements with the Department of Agriculture, that gets out of the way. We find a way to help them. Perhaps the other issue could be, but that's not out of the department's doing, is that the country itself, it's a water scarce country. We counted amongst 30th driest country in the world, so receiving rainfall above the world average, it's below. So for that reason, there isn't enough to allocate, but we also have the mandate to develop resources, meaning build more dams as a department. But then, look, we'll just build more and more and more and more, and water cannot get enough. Abashonu was talking to metering of the water that is in the ELU part, which is important. I just believe that somewhere, somehow, also the users must come in and be efficient. Maybe that will squeeze more for new entrants. And we have that case somewhere in the Valhard's Water Users Association, where all users agreed to reduce their allocations for the new entrants by reducing the assurance of supply, meaning that they went to means of saying we can be efficient. That released a lot of water. It was about 20 million cubic meters per annum, maybe enough for 3,000 hectares or so. Then we managed to allocate that to the new entrants in that area.
So other than those voluntary reduction in the use, I mean, we understand that the old farmers, especially those who had farms pre-1994, are not paying for water. Is that not something that creates inefficiencies and in terms of the use of water, and therefore restrict the entry of new farmers, because water is being overused because people are not paying for it? Is that not something which you are addressing as a department?
No, we don't have certain grouping of water users that do not pay for water. Abashoni indicated that we have a system, we call it WORMS, it's Water Use Registration and Administrative System for authorizations in the department. All users are registered. Once you are registered, we send the record to the section for billing. Then they will bill you and send that bill to you. So everyone is receiving, who is in WORMS, is receiving his bill or her bill. I wouldn't say what is the record, but in the spread and certain grouping, but we do have those who will fail to pay, and there are mechanisms in the department, like in any organization, to hire someone who specializes in debt recovery and so on. That is being done. It's not different in the department, but we can't say that they are not. Instead, if we are to run our things, we'll find that they may be better paying than others. So but we can't. That statement that we have said is not necessarily correct. Yeah, sorry.
So in your view, the existing lawful users who are metered are paying?
Yes, what do you pay for you pay for the volume that you have registered in WOMS. Metering, it's something that will come and assist us. But you pay, once you have registered, you put a volume. So now, then there's a process now for validation and verification that I've alluded to, that gives you declaration letter to say, yes, you are lawful. So before that, by virtue of you registering, because we have made a call for registration, which was compulsory, to say all users, water users, come and register. Whether you are lawful or not lawful, we'll sort that later. So they will have a database for registration. And no one who's under ELU, it will not be in his or her interest not to register, because you are now putting your claim for ELU in total jeopardy. Because when we do VNV, we started the record of WOMS, the one that was registered. So that is our database. So if now you are to surprise us that I have this property, I'm now standing up here, I want you to validate me, you are causing troubles to yourself, because you are saying to the department, we must reconstruct your bill to 1975 and so on. It's a big problem. So I assume from where I'm sitting that everyone is registered who's a water user. Just for that, especially the VNV one. Then the licenses one, we don't have a problem even at all, because before we can send you a license, we send it to the registration person. So they are not, the licenses are not registering based on that call. They are registering because they were done with the license, we send it to WOMS, and then you'll be issued a certificate. That one is clear.
So in the context of sale of land, when there's a transfer of land from one farmer to the other, does the license, if that particular farmer had a license for a water license, does it transfer automatically to the new owner, or the new owner must apply afresh?
If you buy a land, a property that has an authorization, automatically you are what we call a successor entitled. You are taking over that entitlement. All that needs to be done is that a new buyer must come with his papers to us that proves that he has bought, simply because the bill must now be sent to the new person. So you come, and then if it's a license, we'll issue a new one with new names, but the rest of the things will remain. But if it's an ELU, you come, you alter the records in WOMS, we'll issue you a new certificate, or registration certificate, then you'll proceed.
Is there is no fee payable for that? Or still the same fee that you pay
it's
when
the
you
same. It's the same fee. You are applying. It's an amendment. It's there somewhere in section 49 of the Act 252. Those are amendments.
Okay. Now, is there an irrigation strategy document that exists in the department?
Not that I know of. Namisha, Avashon?
No, we do not have so far.
Yeah.
I think if that document exists, it should be maybe in the Department of Agriculture, not simply because it's an irrigation strategy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe you will have a strategy documents relating to the usages of water across various sectors of the economy.
The strategies in that are there in the department, we have National Water Resources Strategy. That is the main strategy. It's in the Act, National Water Act, to say that the department must have that. So we have it. It gets revised. We have the latest one published somewhere last week. the less strategy. So that talks to everything. How we'll make water available for irrigation, how we'll make water available for industries and domestic use. It was published somewhere last week. I think the DG launched it somewhere in Joburg last week. This is the latest revision, so we are in the, it's the third one. The first one somewhere 2004.
Do you guys have in the department maybe a profile of your licensees in terms of whether are they HDPs, SMEs who are using water for irrigation? Do you have a profile of some sort in the department?
Yes, we do.
I think probably we'll need something of a document that sets out the profile of the various licenses that you have and whether they fall within the SMMEs or HDPs, and those who are old, probably established farmers as well, if you have that.
Yeah, that's a database in the department. Remember, from time to time, we ought to report different platforms, Parliament.
Will you have that over a period of time, maybe 5 years, or you just have a snapshot? Because we'll need to have an indication of how have you changed the profile of your licensees over a period of time.
Yeah, we have that data. Unfortunately, I did not analyze it, but I must just say it doesn't look good. I must say that it's a fact. Because recently, when we published the regulation, the revision of regulation for licenses, we included in the specific regulation that deals with redress. You would have, it was widely publicized. It was on media, to say the department, because in there we introduced some sort of a sliding scale of contributing to redress when you apply up to 75%, to say when you take so much water, we want at least the company that is applying to be 75% blacks. So, and it was 75, 50, and 25, based on the volumes, which it was the department's attempt to address your question of saying that what is the data saying, because we sit with the data that is not looking good in terms of that, achieving equity as set out in the Act, because it comes out right in Section 2, the one that I said, what is the mandate of the department? You control the resources, you develop them, but deal with the issues of redress. So when we assessed our numbers, we saw we're not doing well, then we decided to put that, but it's in the regulation. We are revising them, we're not done. We've closed the public comments time. We're processing them. I can't tell if we'll go ahead or not.
Yes.
On that, yeah. But the data are not looking good.
So the picture indicates that there hasn't been much changes taking place there on that angle.
Yes, because remember, you have the ELU, we have records of that, and we record who is having this ELU. Majority, it would be the previously advantaged group, then a small minority, less than 10%. It will then be historically disadvantaged grouping. Then we come to licenses, and in licenses we expected to make a big move.
Yes.
Because in the Act, it's a Water Reform Act that seeks to, amongst other things, to address those issues. But we haven't made, I think when we're analyzing the Act, it was now guessing somewhere 24% HDIs or so, and 70-something% when we check the licenses. But then
Do you have a reason for this? Maybe that you think
the spread.
Yeah, what's causing this? Do you think there is a bottleneck somewhere that is restricting access, or rather appetite to?
No, the main issue is that an application. You remember, water is tied to a property. We don't process an application without land. So most of the applications we receive in the department from the HDIs, they are coming from the chief. Somebody who has been allocated land by chief. It's not title deeds. So there's a difference. Those ones, they are coming for 10 hectares, 5 hectares, and so on. So the applications are coming, but they are not bringing applications that are for big farms.
But in your view, there is sufficient water for fresh produce farming in the country. It's not a matter of water shortage. It's that there's no shortage there in fresh produce farming. What is your view around that? Is there enough water, or there is not enough water for irrigation?
No, but agric now takes 60% or more from the whole bucket that we have as a department. I think there will be a page in the current strategy that says what is all strategies must show that page. We normally do it in a pie chart that will show the sectors. But all along, agriculture is going 66, 60 or whatever. They don't drop below that. So they have a big chunk, and a lot of it held in ELU. And now ELU, how did we allocate? There were no methods then to say that efficiency is taken into account like now in the Act. The Act forces you to, when you're allocating to agric, check the crop water requirements. We use models now that are available to check that, and we give you enough. But then it was 1956 riparian principle. If you own a portion that the river is passing by, then you can take. So we get a lot of water in there. If we're to migrate that to licenses, surely a lot of water will then get back for reallocation. So the sector can accommodate the new entrants if we're to migrate from ELU to licenses.
Yes. So you also made a submission in your document you sent to us. You say the department pricing strategy draws a distinction between domestic and industry, irrigation, and stream flow reduction activity, e.g. forestry. In the revised draft of the strategy, a proposal was made to extend the resource poor farmer / forest subsidy from 5 to a 10-year program. It is provided that in the first 5 years, the RPF will not be subjected to pricing, and from year 6 onwards, there will be a gradual 20% increase each year until the full cost is realized. Can you just explain that a little bit for us?
Yeah, it's difficult because the pricing strategy sits in the chief directorate. There's a chief unit that is called economic regulation, social and economic regulation section. So they are responsible for the pricing strategy to say how will people pay and how much. Are we going to differentiate it in areas and within areas in sectors? So, but they've made that call, and seen it fit to try and help the historically disadvantaged groupings, the new entrants, to say that the 5-year period for someone who's starting to be paying water resource management charges is not enough. Let us extend it to 10 years. And in these 10 years, you read to say that payment will start from year 6 or year 5. So now at least somebody has a breather from year 1 of obtaining the license for 5 years, which I would say that to me it's a very good step to assist. Because now currently what happens, we issue the license today, being 25th, then your bill will start to run from the 1st of November. We're starting to charge. The billable date is the first day of the month after we've just issued the license. So then it means that the HDIs now, they need to pay, but even now it's on a sliding scale. Year 1, maybe they pay 20%, year 2, 40, and so on, until they start to pay 100. So they've deferred that to 5 years, which I think it's
Yes, so that is occurring.
yes. No, it's in the current strategy. I wouldn't know. I don't want to mislead you to say it's signed, it's implemented or not. It sits in another chief directorate. I can ask the progress on that. But as you read there, that was in the draft. So I don't know if that has been signed or not. I don't want to mislead.
Yeah, we'll definitely like to follow up on that.
Yeah.
So you also say the department has dedicated compliance monitoring units in all provinces in enforcing the primary role of compliance monitoring is to ensure that water users comply with their water regulatory requirements and licensing requirements.
Okay, boss.
Yes.
Can we deal with that one?
Yes. Thank you. I represent Compliance Monitoring Directorate for my manager, Mr. Sibonisa Nkalipi. And yes, we have a unit dedicated in the head office based on the different sectors mentioned earlier. And specifically in this case, we're dealing with the irrigation. I deal with industrial, so it would be at the processing stage. So when you spoke of the value chain, I would come at the secondary processing to monitor the industrial use. So we monitor against those entitlements, and if there are any non-compliances in those sections, they are addressed directly with the water user in a specific time period to bring them back into compliance. And if not, then it further goes into an enforcement stage, but it goes across all sectors, not simply one sector at a time. So we have that process being run from head office, and we have regional offices as well, which we continuously upskill in order to make sure that we are following the standards for compliance monitoring and enforcement.
Okay. So you've got inspectors on the ground to go and...
Yes, we do, in all 9 provinces. And we have the catchment management agencies as well, where we have we are engaged with assisting them with on-site with audits, developing the protocols, as well as building their skills.
Are there any challenges which you've experienced in this monitoring and compliance in conducting your work, basically?
Conducting, I think we find the understanding of the value of water has to be increased across the nation and across the sectors. Perhaps maybe the drought of 2015 has assisted us in helping us understand that value of water, where you simply saw processes stop. And one of the main things that we are seeing is water conservation and demand management has to take a primary focus in the future. My colleague has spoken about how we can further allocate, or how we can measure and monitor and manage it better. If we don't put in protocols to measure, we cannot monitor for the future, because our primary focus is sustainability and equity. So we are finding a lot of the users are very open to understanding about water. So we have a lot of explanations or training that we do with the water user directly when we are on site, where we explain if there's something that is needed. But we also find that there's can be a lot of resistance to compliance monitoring requirements. And we try to work with the user to increase their understanding, and well as for our officials to increase their understanding of the processes so that we can have a better conversation with them. So if we feel that if we improve that conversation, then our water users or the nation as a whole will understand why we use these tools and why we do compliance monitoring enforcement, given the fact that we are reaching our allocation and we need to look at it, even our groundwater resources needs to be managed much more sustainably and equitably.
Yes. Do you find these challenges to be applicable across all sectors, including farming, irrigation?
Yes, we do. We find, especially where we have mentioned that previously, before 94, there was the use of private water. The 1998 Water Act allows for our minister to be the custodian of that water, and the understanding of how to share water equitably for other users as well as for what we call the reserve itself. So for sustainability and equity, we find that across all water users. So for an example, if an industrial site is taking from a municipality and they can no longer meet that demand, they will say, I will sink a borehole. But they do not understand the water in the landscape issue, that municipality and they might be taking from their direct aquifer. That is why the monitoring and the measuring has to be the most important part, which we want to concentrate on.
Okay, thanks. Just one question, I think it's a broad general question on access, basically. I mean, we've heard that a licensee may come to you and say is not getting the funding because it doesn't have the water rights. And in a situation where there's saturation, what do you do? I mean, obviously there is a funder who's ready to fund, but there's an issue with whether you can give that licensee a funding. What do you do under those circumstances?
Look, under the circumstances, the best is to consult with agriculture to say, hey, there is this person who's struggling here. Can you please come and do your part? Because as a department, we're doing our part, being to say, this is the information we need, this is what we can do, this is things we can waive within the ambit of the legislation, but this we can't. Like for example, I've given an example to say for surface water we do have good information to say this is the yield and so on. Then it's simple. But for groundwater, as I've said, we will refer that person to the Department of Agriculture for assistance, and then they will take over. And then when everything is done, then that person will have now to come back to us for the process.
Thanks. Just two questions from the technical team. They understand there is a water use association called LORWA in the Western Cape. I don't know if you're aware of it.
Can you repeat the name?
Laura.
Is it not Lower Orange? Oh, Lower Olifants, yeah.
You know it. What is their purpose? What do they do?
Do you mean the Waters Association in general?
Yes, the Water Use
specific
Association. There's an example of one.
I think we must answer on the Waters Association, not
Yes,
necessarily
yes.
this
it
one.
cannot
They have
be,
the
yes,
same
yes.
purpose.
Yes, in general, what is their purpose, the Water Use Associations?
Okay, these are the institutions that are established in terms of the National Water Act by the Minister to take care of the water use in a specific area, you'll find that they also are given powers and functions to monitor and to also check the water resources, the taking of water, the distribution of water. So their role in general, countrywide, is to make sure that there's water conservation in terms of the national water, whatever that Mr. Kosa has indicated. And the role of the department, we become an overseer. When we say we go to monitor them, we go to monitor that institution in that area to check if they are checking compliance of their individual water users in terms of the powers that they have vested in them as per constitution that they will be given by the minister.
Okay.
So it's water management.
Yes. Do you hold them accountable if there is any non-monitoring, for instance, or overuse of water by their members? Do you hold them as associations accountable, or do you hold the users themselves?
Yes, they are held responsible. Yes, they're supposed to be responsible for everything. So the department, yes.
Yes.
Let me add. They are established to manage water resources within a certain area, specific area. It will be like maybe Pretoria North, the whole of Onderstepoort Port going to Hammanskraal and so on, that stretch. So they will be managing, everyone who's got the license must work with them. So they will take over the license, they will know what is your volume that we've granted as a department. So they will ensure that you take up to that volume so that you don't impact the other users. So they have a common kind of goal in one area, and then they will be managing on behalf of the department. So when it comes to audit and also issues of billing that we have discussed, they will do the billing. Then they will then pay the department what the users were supposed to, because they have within that a certain charge that is meant to run their business. So when it comes to audit, then we audit a water association, not the users, because they have to act on our behalf. So that is how it runs.
Thanks. Then one last question then. What sorts of issues does the department face in terms of expanding or constructing new dams? There was a site visit where, the team learned that there were issues with dams like Clan William. What sort of challenges do you experience in the construction of new dams, and whether it's completion or?
Look, the delegation is not enough to face some of the questions, and we asked not to answer that simply because we are from regulation. There is planning as a branch, and there is infrastructure as a branch. Planning, they will plan. This is the dams that we must construct to have the water enough for the population at this years, and these are the areas that are good for the dams. Hand over to infrastructure branch to lead construction, and then when they are done, we come in as licensing now to regulate water that is in the dam. So we are afraid to answer that. We can send your question to the perhaps the infrastructure branch and planning to see where do they have challenges.
All right. Thanks. That would be all from me, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Ngobese. Mr. Mare, do you have some questions? I see that we're running a bit out of time. But
I agree, Chair. I'm conscious of time, so I'll limit myself to one topic, and it's around the question or the submission that the department made in its submission to the Commission, that the turnaround time for water use license applications are 90 days, and everything after 90 days becomes part of the backlog. and also that the department has, in the previous financial year, had a compliance rate of about 70%. So 70% of all applications were processed within 90 within 90 days. So, I mean, I'd like to understand what are the reasons, the constraints, or the reasons that led to the department not achieving 100%? What's stopping the department from processing all water use applications within 90 days?
I just want to say that is correct, confirm those figures, and to say even now that is where we are. We're not yet at 100% within 90 days. It was a big move for the department to be instructed to move from 300 to 90. Even the 300, we were not at 100%, for just to speak for record. So you can see it was just a big move. So we're not there. We're hovering at between quarterly checks, 50, 60 something to 70 and so on. So, but we want to be at 90, 95 and 100. We are not there. Reasons, resources, adequate human capacity at regions. These licenses, they don't get processed here in Pretoria. You submit at a region in a province, processed there. Most of them even decided there's a few that are decided at head office because of the high risk, so we have delegations. So the problem is at the processing part. We do not have enough hands for now. We recruiting now currently some resources that we are going to place them at regions, because we have seen that gap. Hopefully once that is done, we will push to a better percentage. But then you can ask another question, which ones then are lagging behind? We have simple licenses and complex licenses. Complex will be industries and mines, because they will apply for nearly 8 water uses of those water uses that I've described, because they want to take water, they are treating something with the water, they are throwing it there and so on. So they do a lot of studies. So those ones are lagging behind. Agriculture and forestry, simple and straightforward, 1 water use or 2, and very clear. So if you check, the ones that runs into backlogs is the complex ones, but they do for now. And we do have strict processes in the department to say, yes, it has exceeded the 90 days, but we follow on it and until it's out, and then it's just that you can't record it as a success. So in the main is resources. Once we sort that, which we are doing, the curve will improve. But to a point of 100% within 90 days, that is difficult. If considering that you get 1 license that you say you need to stop now, you can make a decision, you'll make a wrong one. Consult with the applicant, subject it to get second view in the department and so on. So, but 70 not acceptable. We can do better if we address resources. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murray. Just to, because there's this question, because it's in your slides, I just want to make sure that we understand this very well. And I think you have said you had a deadline, is it of 2020, for all those that are for farmers whose lawfulness is still to be determined. So you call them ELU, right? Lawfulness still to be determined. That's the category of users. Maybe it's not just farmers, right? It's everybody else, including the mines. What has been the progress since, I think you said a deadline?
Yes.
That there must be meters by that time. What's been the progress since then?
It depends in other areas. Maybe if I can cite Western Cape, but like I indicated, for Western Cape, it's just a combination of sectors. They are submitting and it's weekly, bi-weekly submissions. The records are good, although one has to go and filter again to agriculture data. All the water management areas, they do submit, but you'll find that in other areas it's just 1, 2, 3, 4 water users who are submitting and were able to refer back, because sometimes you'll find that they just put the figure and it's not a clear indication of where is the water being measured. So we communicate with them. We do receive the data in our metering mailboxes.
Are you able to provide us this data for agriculture? Yes, I think you've just mentioned it now, just so that we have a picture just for, of course, we are looking at fresh produce, just to see what's happening in agriculture.
Okay. In terms of who's submitting in whatever water management area, or
who is lawful?
Okay.
And who is ELU, who is partially lawful? I think you have this looks like a full picture of everything. I've just picked up mining. There could be others, but I think for purposes of this inquiry, we need to look specifically in agriculture and more specifically fresh produce. But I think irrigation is mostly, I think, more relevant for fresh produce, I assume. So if you can, so that we don't use this, the aggregate picture, I think it's useful, but I think we need one specific to agriculture. And also that information, I think Mr. Ngobese asked, it will help to also see the demographics of those farmers, right, so that we can be able to assess this information. Now, so with this, I just want to understand this billing system. So you have ELU, so lawfulness still to be determined. I'm calling this correctly, right?
Yes. Yes, you are correct. Let me just say, those who are that category, remember, we made a call to say everyone come and register. So we issued them with registration certificate, but we wrote there to say that we'll still determine lawfulness. Sorry for that. So we said on that category, we'll still determine lawfulness. So that, but you can be using, because you are claiming to be ELU. We can't stop you because we haven't undertaken a process. So we have that category. So we have to provide you with the data if you need more.
Yeah, I think that will help, because what I want to pick up is whether you are able to accurately collect the usage data of water from these, because I think for us, the question we asking is whether are there any distortions in the market that give, I suppose, other players an advantage over the other, right? And I think if that information is made available, it would be very useful to this inquiry.
Yes, it will be provided.
But the metering issue, just understand, you say
I think if
so, is it what is this 90%? Because I think us, of course, for payment, what is the 90%?
Indicate that close to 90% of
cannot be managed.
Registered with the WC is ELU. This shows that 90 of the users in our database for worms, they registered as ELU, though we have to determine the lawfulness and issue those declaration letters. It doesn't mean they can't be managed.
But there's no requirement to measure.
They must measure.
Okay, so is there... So what
Yeah,
are
you
you
can
just
answer.
clarify, please,
Okay.
because it's so that we understand this. But I think that information will need it for agriculture,
Yeah.
right? So that we understand if that scenario does cause any distortions
Okay.
or not.
Yeah, this one is trying to say of all the existing lawful water users, because in their authorizations or entitlements, there was no condition to say they must measure. So if we are not measuring, or if we are not instructing the water user to measure, then that will result in poor management of the water resources. So this bullet is trying to address that, to say we need to enforce. There's a need for regulation to be published in order to close this gap. Because without having measuring devices, it's difficult to manage the water resources.
Oh, that's clear. So from 2020 then of these,
Yes.
what proportion of these are you measuring?
Monitoring, maybe.
I think that
can
is
be monitoring.
I don't know what you call it.
I think, Chair, you'll have to receive a report from
Yes.
my colleagues here that says of this 90%, how many people, by the close of date of that instruction, they were able to install the devices, and they are still giving the records so that we can know. But she will select agriculture of these ones. And then she will give you to say, yes, they are measuring, or they are not. So you'll still get another percentage.
No, thank you very much. I think that will be very helpful. The one last question, though, I think there are a lot of submissions that even I think will be engaging some banks, is that one of the key considerations they make when they grant the loans is the water rights.
Yes.
And the reasons for not granting the loans, they say it's water rights.
Yes.
Right. So
that's true.
Yes, and I wonder, what's the connection? Is it that are farmers or emerging farmers identifying areas that are not feasible or viable, or is it, are we having a situation where there's arable land we cannot irrigate? Or is it a technical situation where maybe they cannot meet certain requirements, technical requirements, and you can grant the water right? If you can just explain, because I think, everything points to the water rights, but just understanding. Maybe we don't have specific cases, but I think it would be good to look into sort of specific cases and understand exactly what was your determination. Whether is the cause is the party that applied, or some other technical explanation. If you may.
In terms of rejection now from the department side.
Yeah, because I think the information we have, and I think it's quite consistent.
Yes.
Most SMEs or HDPs that are being rejected for funding, even by government.
Yes.
The main reason is water rights.
Yes.
Right? So it could be either of the two, that, they are going to areas where we don't have sufficient water, or they don't meet the requirements, but maybe what we can do is to share with you at least those cases that we have. Maybe you can give some explanations, but if you can share some information now, that can also be helpful.
But I have this to say, in most cases, people approach the financial providers without a license. And then now they fill forms and so on, and then it will go to certain committees within perhaps a bank or department, and then they'll say, no, but this guy, the business that he's running, wants him to have water. But if then he doesn't have a license, it's not guaranteed. It means the fund that you're going to allocate here are at risk. If it's a loan, he won't repay it. So go to the department and now start a process. So in that case where they come to us and apply for license, in most cases, they do get licenses. So we have few rejection despite the challenges that I've mentioned, because we try as a department, including advising them properly, choose this path of perhaps groundwater or surface water. There is there, so continue and apply. In most cases, then you find that we're going to grant. But where we reject the historically disadvantaged individuals, it's where seriously you see that there is good data that it's risky to continue granting this application. Then we can't over allocate that catchment.
No, thank you. That's very helpful. In fact, I think we will test this further, because just to see whether the applicant had applied for the right first, right? Yes. Because it could be exactly how you are saying it. Yes. So I think that is something. I think that's quite useful. Just at least maybe the applicant didn't have sufficient information, in that regard. So that was at least that's it from us, right? Unless if you have any closing remarks and the things you would like the Commission to consider in this inquiry that maybe were not covered in the questions that we posed to you.
Not from my desk, just to thank the Commission and also the evidence leader who was giving us very difficult questions. But it's fine, it's a learning curve. We've all not appeared in a commission like this. Hence you see my colleagues were a little bit terrified. But it's fine, I'm a man. But we thank you, and we commit to assist the Commission on the issues that we could not close today. We remain available and we will submit the outstanding issues to help the Commission do its work. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Khosa. I think you carried yourself very, very well, quite professionally. So I could not even see the nerves.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, and thank you, Ms. Muthra Parsad and Ms. Nefari. Thank you very much. You are excused. Thank you. We have the next last stakeholder day, right? I'm meant to start with them. So let's maybe start, I say in 7 minutes. Is that okay? Or less? 5. In 5 minutes, so that they can get in and then we can get ready. 5 minutes.
Are they only using
Good afternoon and welcome. We have our last stakeholder of the day, Standard Bank, South Africa Limited. Is that correct? Yeah, Standard Bank, South Africa Limited. And Fundo Ngobese is the evidence leader. We'll
Thank
take
you, Chair.
through. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We will start with the housekeeping. So if you can perhaps give us your full names, the representatives from Standard Bank.
So I'm Janine Zacher. I head up Enterprise and Direct Banking at Standard Bank South Africa.
Nika Groenewald, I head up agribusiness for Standard Bank in South Africa.
All right, there is an oath in front of you. If you don't have any objections taking the prescribed oath, you can simply read just the first part of the document.
I swear that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I swear that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. All right, if you can just, it's going to be two sections in this discussion. You're just going to give us a presentation of who Standard Bank is and in relation to agriculture, specifically fresh produce, your activities there, and any challenges that we are facing generally on what we are doing in the fresh produce market, probably the whole chain of the fresh produce markets as well, if possible. And then we'll move on to the second section where I will be asking you questions either on your presentation or generally on your submissions that you've made to the Commission. So I think we can move on to your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm going to start by just giving a bit of a lay of the land from what we as Standard Bank and specifically agriculture in Standard Bank look at. I know that the inquiry is specifically focused on the fresh produce market, but as a bank we service and we work within the broader agricultural industry, and it's not just isolated to the fresh produce market as such. As a matter of fact, in terms of the lay of the land of agriculture, it pretty much reflects what agriculture looks like in South Africa in terms of what we do in Standard Bank. So in 2017, Stats SA did a census, a agricultural census. And if those numbers are correct, and then it was further added and calculated by BFAP, which is the Bureau for Food and Agricultural Policy at the University of Pretoria, they looked at some numbers, and based on the numbers between them and Stats SA, there are in the vicinity of 40,000 commercial farmers in South Africa. Add to that, and that they calculate at the back of VAT registrations. Added to that, they added another 300,000, and I'm rounding the numbers. If you want the exact number, I can provide it to you. There's another 300,000 small-scale farmers. And then at the back of that, there's another 2.3 million households that derive their survival from an agricultural perspective. In that 40,000 farmers that sits there, it's 40,122 if I remember correctly, only about 2,600 farmers, according to Stats SA, and I'm mindful of how the Commission has sliced and diced large-scale or different sizes of farmers. Stats SA used a different category, and so does Standard Bank also. All the different entities have different ways of categorizing big, small, and large farmers. According to that, those numbers at that stage, only some 2,600 farmers were large-scale farmers, and according to that definition, that was farmers with an income of more than 22 million a year. So the distribution between large farmers and those farmers, actually those 2,610 large farms with an average income of more than 22.5 million, constituted only 6.5% of the total number of farms in commercial agricultural industry, but it accounted for 67% of total income and 51% of the income of employment. And that is predominantly the lay of the land which we as a bank play in agriculture, and I'll get to where the fresh produce piece sits in this. When you look at agriculture as a whole, the biggest portion of agriculture actually sits in the livestock environment. Some 43% of agriculture in South Africa sits in livestock. Secondly, then you've got your field crops and then horticulture, of which we're honing down into what would be in the fresh produce market. Now, if you look at what we have from those respective markets, the fresh produce piece of it, and specifically vegetables, is only is only about the 6th largest. So in agriculture, when you look at livestock, which is the biggest one, then obviously poultry sits in there, and that's the big one. Poultry in itself has certain challenges currently, which you might be aware of. And then after that, you go into your field crops, specifically maize, which is the biggest one in the country. So that's, and why I'm elevating that is because that's what agriculture looked like. That is predominantly what banks would reflect in terms of the business that we do, because that's where the main part of our business is. Unfortunately, there's not a projector here to show you that, but in the agricultural master plan. Now, bear in mind, you've got this landscape of 40,000 commercial farmers with about 2,600 large-scale farmers, according to Stats SA's definition. And then you've got smaller guys going in there, and then you've got 300,000 farmers that sits basically at small-scale level. In the agricultural master plan, which was signed off by the Department of Agriculture and Agricultural Industry, which is a social compact arrangement between the different parties within agriculture, there were different layers that were laid out to say, how do we deal with the respective categories of farmers? And if you would allow me, and this was again done by BFAP, or the Bureau for Food and Agricultural Policy. They were the main, together with the National Agricultural Marketing Council, between them and BFAP, they were the main researchers for the agricultural master plan. And in there, they also have this pyramid at the bottom where you sit with subsistence-orientated smallholders. And there they specifically highlight in terms of the solution for the South African agricultural dilemma. And by the way, I'm jumping around. There's a very nice book that's out from Wandile Seslobo in terms of the dualistic nature of agriculture in South Africa. And this is based on a lot of research that come out of that. On that subsistence piece, the solution is strongly driven by strong government initiatives, infrastructure, and multifaceted support. And as you go up the layer, then more and more you move into private-public partnerships until you get to the top end, where basically the only requirement for your commercial farmer side is assistance from government per se in terms of opening up markets on an international basis. So this is where the different layers of assistance should be to fix agriculture and make sure that it is inclusive going forward. What specifically has been prioritized there is the provision of farmer support services so that people who wish to farm can do so and successfully create their own livelihoods. Provide tenure and security and support the sale and rental of land to ensure it's put to best use. Ensure that farmers in remote areas are also able to access farming inputs, and support public-private partnerships in deepening the value chains to accommodate the smallest operators. So those were the aspirations that sits at the back of the Agricultural Master Plan. And if you look at BFAP's annual baseline projections, you would see that gets presented on regularly. In terms of our response, there were questions around what do we think the challenges are for small-scale farmers in South Africa. And I think it was particularly questions 5, 6, and 7, but it's not limited to those. And in your statement of issues which you've issued, you already highlighted high-level 3 lines in terms of accessing to finance, barriers to inputs, and accessing to markets. We responded to that, and we didn't want to replicate necessarily because those are fairly wide categories, but we responded to that and we added to that that we do think that land ownership, including security of tenure and legal access to water, is specifically a barrier that we see. Development funding, and I'm qualifying it development funding versus normal commercial funding. We also highlighted skills and knowledge gap, and in particular financial acumen and financial reporting, which is a requirement, and I'll get to that a bit later. And then obviously distance and time to market. And again, quoting Wandile, he highlighted seven specific aspects, which again in broad terms line up with your 3 broad categories and to what we have said. And he specifically highlights lack of direction and decision making at different layers of government, poor technology adoption, and public-private collaboration, according to him, which is still, and Wandile is a person that I think is a strong voice in agriculture, so based with a lot of research behind him. Slow delivery of large infrastructure projects, municipality challenges, and then implementation of biosecurity systems. Bear in mind that I've mentioned that livestock is the biggest portion in agriculture, and according to data that's available, which he also quotes, is that 34% of the livestock herd in South Africa is in the hands of black farmers. And one of the big challenges specifically around what he've highlighted there is then the implementation of biosecurity issues, which could accelerate the building of specifically that sub-industry. Right, then getting closer to what we're doing. And then the fresh produce market. And again, we don't look at the fresh produce market as a separate type of delivery unit or a price forming mechanism. It is part of a much broader base that our clients bring to us in terms of what their strategies are. Our funding approach is basically a broad one, again, but for agriculture in specific, we provide agricultural production loans, which is normally a facility that is limited to a 1-year facility, and it's just to cater for production facilities. We cater for normal overdraft facilities to assist with working capital. And I'm only referring to the lending solutions bank provide. I'm now not referring to other services such as transactional and or insurance solutions that the bank provide. Because the questions were specifically around access to finance, and therefore I'm limiting it to our credit solutions that we provide. We also have a business revolving plan that we provide in agriculture, which is mainly used to acquire assets of a relatively short tenure base, and in some instances working capital, specifically when you look at term crops, where the lifespan of the crops is like, for instance, citrus and or nuts, where you've got a 15-year lifespan on it and even longer, that they use some of those facilities to be able to cater and balance it with cash flow availability. Then we also do vehicle and asset finance, specifically focusing on agricultural assets, and then property finance, i.e. land that we finance. We do that currently at the back within the confinement or within the regulatory framework, which specifically, and unfortunately I don't have the figure here, but the majority of our farmers that I quoted earlier on are still sole proprietors. In other words, they are subject to the NCA, so we make sure that what we do from a funding perspective is within the ambit of the respective regulatory frameworks, which the NCA is one, but there's also other, like the Companies Act, the Insolvency Act, and several other regulatory requirements. Based on that, we end up with basically 2 lines, and again it refers back to the dualistic nature of agriculture, which I referred to, where we sit with normal commercial agricultural applications for funding, and then we have a emerging or specifically then black farmers entering into the system looking for financial support. I'm going to quickly stop and give you just a quick rundown in terms of how we look at commercial agriculture. And bear in mind that commercial agriculture is not exclusively, then if I go around the racial categorizations, not exclusively white farmers. There's a fair amount of other categories in there as well. But when we look at commercial agriculture, it's predominantly based on a comprehensive business plan backed up by financial information. We then use this in a credit process where we then do a risk assessment of that information, where we start with an industry risk analysis. Within agriculture, there are several sub-industries which all have different risk profiles. And depending where you are in the life cycle of some of those cycles, those risk profiles can change. Example at the moment, if you look at the poultry, which I've highlighted, there are some challenges in terms of avian flu that sits in the industry, and how does that affect the industry from a risk perspective. So we take into consideration the risk for a specific industry. Then we look at counterparty risk, and that's where it can get a bit technical, because then we go into financial analysis, and we use different financial ratios then to determine what the financial risk is for that client. Added to that, we also look at account conduct and how the customer is handling his account to give us an indication of future behavior. All of that then we combine into an assessment, and based on that then we determine what the risk is. That flows out into the terms and conditions which we would allow if we deem the risk to be acceptable. Those terms and conditions generally would be the tenure of the loan. Are we prepared to take a long-term view on the client and support with long-term funding? What requirements would we have from a deposit perspective, given the risk of the specific transaction? What collateral is available for the transaction? And then ultimately also, depending on the risk profile, what interest rate would we charge based on that. And that's how we look at our commercial funding solutions for farmers, for clients in general, and in particular then for farmers. I'm going to hand over to Janine to give you the framework which we use if we have farmers specifically coming into the business and do not necessarily qualify in terms of these standard requirements that I've quickly run through. Thanks, Janine.
Cool, thanks, Nico. So within the ambit of small enterprise segment, which is what I look after, we have an area called enterprise development as well. I'm sure many of you are very familiar with that as a structure. We do look at how we partner with the specialists in AgRec, so with Nico and his team in particular at Standard Bank, and how we support small AgRec black farmers and how we grow them throughout the ranks and then support them into the commercial rails as well. So really quickly, just a few key things on how we do that. We know that access to funding is really important, so we have got mechanisms like interest-free loans. We do certain grants as well, and I'll give you a few figures just now as we go through it. We do also have something called purchase order funding, which is where we do support, particularly within this space, and how we get access to that funding for those small purchase orders, very quick turnaround times. And then we also do something that we call cash covers, which is particularly to support where a black farmer does not have access to collateral security, how we would then securitize that particular deal that gets done on the commercial rails. And what you find is typically the farmers within our program will walk through some form of step-up funding over time. The second one is access to resources. So if we think about it, sort of a tripartite of access to funding, access to resources, and access to markets as well, those are all very closely linked. So we also deal the access to resources part. This is done in various ways. We have got coaching programs. We've also got development programs. We partner with many great industry bodies to make sure that where it's relevant, we've got the industry body that comes in to support and develop and provide the skills. And of course, then, as well as the financial skills that are needed. So how do you now manage the finances as well as part of being a business owner? And then the access to markets, really important factor. Without access to market, you don't have somebody on the other side that's willing to buy your goods. So we do look at how do we generate some of that access to markets. We understand that this is not always the easiest thing to do, and that's not just for agriculture, that's across small enterprises and small businesses in general. So we do look at how do we work with some of our bigger players once again to support in that ecosystem. We have also created some of our own mechanisms, which I'll talk about really quickly as well. To give you a bit of an overview, so to make it just come alive, some of the actual programs that we have done and some of what we've looked at, I'm going to try not to mention names because I don't have permission to mention them today, but I will give you broad strokes at least in terms of what we have been doing. In the Free State in particular, we have got a program that is running there. It's got about 2 different partners that we partner with. We've invested 5 million rand in that program since 2019. Please bear in mind that that includes, of course, the years of 2020 to 2022 where we could not formalize certain programs. So there was a little bit of a delay in some of what was done, not necessarily in everything, but we had to slow down some of our formal programs and face-to-face interventions. In this space in particular, we don't take our agric enterprise development programs typically through an online type of program. As Nico will tell us, you cannot teach a farmer online what they need to necessarily do. So it's really important that we do have those face-to-face interactions as well. There, we've got 166 farmers that are currently on the program. And through that intervention, we've now been able to approve over R1 million in commercial funding. So as they've gone through the program and through the steps in that, it's not done. These are multi-year programs. We invest in them, particularly in the agriculture spaces, for a number of years to ensure that we can show that progression. I'll use another few examples as well. We've got another one in the grain world in particular, grain spaces in particular. Again, since 2019, we invested 4.7 million rand there, assisted 30 farmers on that one in particular. And this one we are particularly proud of in that we've been able to unlock 35 million rands worth of funding as a direct result of the program and the intervention that was done. I'm not touching on the jobs created either, but there's, of course, multiple direct jobs that are created through these interventions. Another one in the Northwest, invested 2 million rand in that particular one, and we've been able to get 2 million rands worth of commercial funding through, once again, going through the steps of that program. And then one in Mpumalanga, where we've invested 4 million, and we've been able to approve 3.9 million in funding in the commercial rails thereafter. So just to wrap it all up a little bit in context, it's just under 16 million rands worth of investment collectively that we've looked at this in particular. Please bear in mind, once again, that this is only for agriculture. We do multiple other initiatives and interventions that looks at growing small businesses through our enterprise and our supplier development programs holistically, but just for agriculture on its own. And through that, that's unlocked around 41 million rands worth of funding at this point in time. And of course, something that we continue to do, as I've mentioned, through multi-year programs and how we look at that. I'll touch really quickly on just the one initiative I mentioned, access to markets, and how we've additionally looked at how do we generate additional support and access to markets. Very often in those first few years, it's about the first buyers and first willingness to buy that starts creating track record. Track record, of course, being really important for how we look at when we provide funding, and often being a hindrance in being able to get your first business loan as well is not having that track record built. So what we have got is we've got a platform called One Share Farm. One Share in particular is an initiative to purchase food to support into food programs. So we do partner up with food programs specifically where we purchase the food as Standard Bank and as partners who would also invest money into the initiative, and that's then delivered through formalized channels into the various food programs that run nationally. And through that particular initiative, what we do is we generate that access to market for these small agric farmers that are typically on one of our programs as being part of the farmers that we would buy from into the food programs. So through that initiative, we've had 444 of our contributors are small-scale farmers. There's been 11,000 tons of produce purchased from these small-scale farmers, 56 million rand paid to them as well as part of that creating the access to market. There's 40 different types of fresh produce, including cabbage, potatoes, and carrots. I really do wish I could show you the slides so that you could read all this for yourself, but let me quickly go through the rest. There's also 129 of the 444 that are women farmers, which is another really important drive for us, is in how do we support women within the industry and within agriculture. 3,000 or over 3,700 tons of produce purchased from these women small-scale farmers, and 21 million rand of that was paid to these women small-scale farmers as well. And this is across 8 provinces, so we do try and ensure that we've got a national broad reach when we look at this, and we don't relegate it just to certain provinces in particular, so in order to have as big a reach as possible. I'm going to pause there and just see if Nico's got anything to close with.
Thanks, Janine. Yeah, I'm going to wrap up. I think we specifically did not go into the questions that we responded to in terms of our written submission. We wanted to add to that in terms of what we are presenting here. Obviously, that is in conjunction with what was presented in the written submission. But in the written submission, there were specifically questions around blended finance and how do we see that. Our approach to it, and again, to take a bit of a philosophical angle to it, firstly, is to have that distinguish, or to understand the distinguish and the play between a commercial bank and a development bank, and how would the interplay look like to be most effective. And again, I'm referring you back to the Agricultural Master Plan, which specifically highlights the importance of these partnerships across the value chains. We, from a Standard Bank perspective, do think that a blended finance solution is one of the better type of solutions, which, if we can scale that, and again, unfortunately, COVID did play a role in that whole process. It was in the quarter 4 of 22, it was rolled out officially, as you might know, with the Land Bank being the first port of call or distributor of the blended finance piece. Prior to that, the IDC also were allocated funding in terms of blended finance, and the next step would obviously be as to how commercial banks can assist and join into that program. Currently, the department has allocated, if I recall correctly, I think it's 3.2 billion rand over a 10-year period for blended finance, which would then be leveraged then with lending at the back of that. And at the moment, as I say, Land Bank is playing that role. We are in discussions with the Department of Agriculture to see how we can iron out the commercial differences that we currently have in terms of how the program is structured, just to make sure that we can also capitalize on that, because I do think that blended finance and the format in general it plays a significant role in solving for specifically not your farmers that have already been in business and struggling just to get to that next level to unlock significant growth. So it's not necessarily a startup business, but it's a farmer that's gone through the first couple of tests, and now he needs to capitalize on that. Blended finance particularly can step in and play the role. I've mentioned in our commercial assessment, we would look at something like a deposit to understand or to balance the equity contribution of a client into a transaction to make the risk palatable for the bank. Blended finance is a solution to that, where it can step in and play the role of the equity portion, which the client might not necessarily have at that stage. So I do think that blended finance in its broad sense is definitely something we're looking at different solutions also with different partners to see how we can capitalize funding that sits somewhere else. But the concept of blended finance, I do think, is something that we, from a bank's perspective, support. And I think that is, from a presentation perspective, what we wanted to add to our written submission.
Thank you for that presentation. Just a few questions arising from your current presentation. With respect to farmers that don't qualify to be under commercial agriculture, How long has that started? How long has it been in place, the enterprise development?
So we've been running this specific program since 2019, or the ones that I have mentioned, and only because those have become very formalized, structured programs that we've been running. There have been initiatives that ran before that, since 2017. However, they weren't formalized in something like what we've got now. And that's also part of learning and testing what we do, and then realizing how to do it going forward.
All right. And on agriculture in general, compared to other sectors, do you think the risks in agriculture are quite significant compared to the other sectors? What is your assessment of agriculture?
It is a interesting question in the sense that if you talk to investors that are normally investing into the broader economy, they might have a different view around the risks sitting in agriculture. We argue that agriculture, to understand the deep cycles in agriculture, is particularly important because then you can mitigate the risk. From the outside, you would argue that because you sit with deep cycles that are driven by nature, and not just necessarily by market. So you've got a combination by market cycles as well as natural cycles that's sitting at the back of that, and then you can add to that the aspect of climate that is ever important. That for the ill-informed, you could argue that agriculture is more risky. We argue, though, that the importance of agriculture is to make sure that you have proper insight into those cycles. And again, if agriculture is a broad concept, you're sitting with something like just close of 30 subsectors in agriculture, which all have different cycles. And you might be going into one part of agriculture into in a very difficult cycle, a down part of the cycle, whilst other parts of that cycle might be in up, and therefore you need to understand that piece in particular. So my answer is biased towards agriculture, because I do think that if you understand agriculture, you can actually mitigate all the risks that sits there.
Yes, I presume that is what Standard Bank is doing.
I would hope so, yes, sir.
Okay, because the risks are there. So it has not discouraged Standard Bank to continue lending farmers in agriculture. But is the terms of lending compared to the other sectors, are they accommodative of those risks that you've identified? Or how is Standard Bank structuring its finance when it's lending to the agriculture compared to other sectors? Do you soften the burden?
Yeah, we try to tailor-make the solutions alongside the life cycle of the agricultural produce that is produced. And then again, an example, when you finance long-term crops such as normally your citrus and or forestry or those type of products where you've got a very long life cycle, you can't apply the same commercial type of lending to those farmers because the cash flow streams of those businesses would look different. And we try to tailor-make as far as possible to accommodate those kind of cycles that sits in those industries. Again, if my example of poultry earlier on, where you've got 6 or 7 cycles in a year in terms of broilers, then you would structure your loans differently to accommodate that. So in a long-winded answer, we try to solve for agriculture in a specific way.
Yes. And then moving now narrower to fresh produce, is the risk compared to other units within agriculture, is it, or how do you see it? Is it quite different from that, from the other, like livestock, for instance, or whatever is within agriculture compared to whatever is there?
Again, within the fresh produce market, if you look at potatoes, for instance, the way we would look at potatoes in particular, you need to understand that value chain properly and how that is structured versus a smaller project, a smaller product that is produced on the market, such a niche product such as kiwi fruit, for instance. It's a different approach that you would have. In general, in the fresh produce environment, the price volatility tend to be higher, and that is something that one needs to be mindful of when you look at the risk that sits in there. And again, there are different ways of mitigating that. In the commercial space, obviously, a fair amount of what is produced might be under a contract where price formulation or the volatility of price can be tempered down. But in general, we try to focus on those markets to make sure that we understand the price volatility that sits in there, which tends to be slightly higher than what you would have in some of the other industries.
Yeah. If you compare just generally the funding that you have across various sectors, how is agriculture doing? Do you have more there, less elsewhere? How do you see it?
I can only speak for the portion of the bank which I am part of, and in there, agriculture is a large player when it gets to lending. And again, one needs to understand the dynamics of agriculture. If you look at agriculture in general, because of the way agriculture is structured, it does require a fair amount of capital to specifically on a commercial scale farm, and therefore there's a fair amount of lending in there. But I don't think that it is disproportionately skewed to any of the other sectors. If you look at what we do in the commercial space and in our business bank environment, which caters for the rest of the market, if I can call it that, and all the other industries in the South African economy, then agriculture does have a strong footing in there. So, but I don't think it's disproportionate.
Okay. In your collaborations with the department, are there other commercial banks there, or is just you?
No. The initial discussions around blended finance was initiated in terms of the concept between the department and BASA, the Banking Association. Those discussions were taken up to a specific point, and thereafter the individual banks went into individual discussions with the department to ensure that we adhere to the competition requirements that would flow out of whatever solution we then design with the department. So all the other banks, let me rephrase, the four major banks that are prominent in agriculture are also talking to the department, and all of the banks are obviously at various stages in terms of negotiation with the department.
Yes. So the funding that is unlocked there, does it go predominantly to SMMEs, HDPs, or it's across?
Yeah. Again, if you look at the availability of the blended finance solution, which only came into play towards the end of last year, and only then to Land Bank at that stage. So it's a bit early for me to say how that would look like in practice, because we haven't kicked it off from a Standard Bank perspective. So it would be a bit of a speculation for me to answer that one.
Okay. But do you know if the grants from the departments are out?
The department has a specific criteria which you need to adhere to, which is well documented in the blended finance solution, and it is also available, if I recall, on Land Bank's website as well as the department's website in terms of the requirements, who can qualify for blended finance solutions.
And one of the criteria is that there must be historically disadvantaged.
Correct, yes.
Okay. All right. Any other blended finance solutions that you have, maybe with the land bank or ITC, also have the similar requirements as the...
No, not that we have. We do have solutions, what we call growing schemes, which, as Janina's alluded to, which we would then partner with a third party, in particular a industry body, which we prefer to do to make sure that the necessary technical mentoring is also included in the package, and then between them and us, we would then look at a version of blended finance. We are in talks with foreign bodies to see if there's not possible solutions that we can unlock there, but it would be too early for me to put that as a definite solution. I do think there's a fair amount of upside on that side specifically.
Yes. We've had issues of lending being pointed out by some of the people that came before us, especially when it comes to the fact that one may not have the right, water right, for instance, and as a result of that, won't be able to get finance. Do you have any assistance that you provide to individuals in that particular situation?
Unfortunately, we can't step in to provide an alternative solution, for instance, for water right or the lack thereof. We are bound to adhere to the requirements of irrigated production, and we can't assess or fund a business if the water rights are not a clear, definite in it, because the risk of the water not being available is simply too big. So we can't provide an alternative to that, unfortunately.
Yes, because what we are getting from the participants is that these small and medium enterprises will need to perform some studies, for instance, to drill a hole and check if there's water and then prepare. But mainly they must employ experts who are supposed to assist them in drawing a report that they will submit when they're applying for water rights. And that could be a hindrance because some of these entities don't have the finance to do that. So have you looked at that aspect?
We haven't looked at the aspect of the water rights in isolation to have a specific solution for that, no. I just could mention perhaps that, again, when we look at the structuring of these grower schemes, we could, in terms of our enterprise development solution, look at something there if that ring-fenced environment allows us to then cater for the appointment of a specialist and then use our enterprise funding to do that. But we haven't had a case like that we could test.
Yes, because I mean you may be sitting with potential farmers who are not part of your programs because they simply cannot even start because they need finance to get the water rights, and if they don't have that finance, it's difficult. So that's why I think this blended finance thing might probably help in that regard, but probably even your own initiative, if you can. I mean, it's something that probably you should look at and see where you can assist.
Yes, sir.
All right. With regard to the value-added products outside of financing, is there anything other than what is under the enterprise development that you do for small farmers?
I think in particular, which Janine has alluded to, I do think the struggle in terms of access to market and our solution from a one-farm share perspective to create a market platform for small-scale farmers where the bank specifically steps in and buy the product from the farmer. So it's a commercial transaction which then evolves out of that, just to get the farmer off that first, to get the momentum to start producing and generating a profit, and the track record that she spoke about. That I think is a add-on that we in particularly are looking at, and which we would like to build out on in future, and we have good plans around that. We also try to support specifically from a bank perspective with training and education around financial acumen, and we do that via different programs. Again, to what Janine has referred to, the one in the Free State, which we partner with a tertiary institution, and then we design a specific program and criteria which take those farmers through that program. In that specific one, it's a 3-year program. And at the end of that program, that farmer is then at the point where he has gained enough skills and knowledge to come into our commercial environment and not necessarily sit in the emerging space only. Again, I do think we can do more of those, but currently that is what we're focusing on, to give an add-on over and above the normal lending solutions that we supply.
Yes. So in respect of your clients who are small and medium enterprises that probably have a similar risk as your large customers or client, because they are established, they've established a reputation with you. What is the ratio of debt to asset that they have with you, if you can?
We don't track that on a portfolio basis, but what I can say is that I don't think, again, because between the 4 main banks that operate in agriculture, we basically are and then you can add to that Land Bank, obviously, who are between the 4 main banks, and Land Bank would be the prominent financiers into agriculture. And if you look at agriculture as a whole and you look at the department's numbers, I would think that on average at a portfolio level, because that's the department's number, the debt to asset ratio is sitting in the vicinity of 36%. According to the department's numbers. I stand to be corrected, I don't have that number in front of me. But there is a specific number that they track. What is important for us is not necessarily it is a number that we look at. What we are particularly interested in is to make sure that we understand the free cash that a business generates, and we start there first and foremost to understand the cash generating capacity of the business, and then as an add-on you start adding the ratio between assets and liabilities. Some of those assets might be highly illiquid, and that cannot necessarily contribute to generating enough cash for the business. So that's predominantly where our focus are. But yes, if I have to take a wild guess, I would think that if we look at our portfolio, we would pretty much end up close to what the department's number is, which they track in their annual economic review of agriculture.
Okay. And what is the extent of the default rate on loan payments between your large and your small enterprises in agriculture, of course, fresh produce? Do you have an indication of where the trouble comes from the most, from the large or the small and medium enterprises?
I prefer not to give the detailed numbers around that.
You can just indicate where.
But what I can tell you, again, if you look at, and that is not just limited to agriculture, but where you have relatively new businesses, and it's documented all over in terms of startups and new businesses, that your risk of default in that first 3 years are higher than what it is when you pass that initial phase. So we find a similar trend that you have in general a higher default rate on the smaller side of business. again, I'm cautioning that to say that that's not an agricultural view only, that is a general view where agriculture is included into that. Bear in mind that when it gets to default rates, then the aspect of collateral also comes into play, which could mitigate the default that has happened. On the larger side of somebody that sits with a deeper balance sheet, probably has the advantage of assets that sit there that we could have used for collateral purposes, and then the actual rate of write-off then could potentially be lower because of the existence of collateral that sits there. That's just one part of that. But in general, if I have to distinguish between the smaller scale operations and the larger scale, there is a higher tendency on default on the smaller side.
Yes. On your enterprise development, if you look at the people who are assisting there, how much is growers compared to the other agricultural activities?
Janine, you can probably answer, but on the enterprise development side, all of them are growers.
All of them are growers?
Yeah.
Okay. And on other, if you look at your entire assistance that you give to small and medium enterprises, how much is growers?
Sure. Look, I wouldn't be able to give you an accurate figure right now on that one in particular. We have had a particular emphasis on agriculture in enterprise development, alongside a few other sectors and industries as well. So it definitely gets a dedicated focus, but I wouldn't be able to, off the top of my head, give you that exact ratio right now.
Yes. Just then, generally on the, this is my last question, Chair, looking at the time. Yes, just looking generally then at the, probably the philosophy that you have as Standard Bank in approaching the issue of small businesses and transformation of the sector. What benefits from a commercial perspective do you see arising from your involvement in making sure that the SMMEs get the finance and also transforming the sector? What sort of benefit do you see unlocking for Standard Bank in the long term if you involve yourself in the activities concerned?
You want to go first?
Sure, I'll go first. Look, we've got a very deliberate focus as Standard Bank in what we do and how we do it. And transformation, we often speak about we are an area that looks beyond the scorecard. So yes, there are scorecard requirements that need to be met, and we do those, but we go beyond that as well because we fully believe in the deliberate transformation within the entire ecosystem. So there's very direct efforts. Those direct efforts also mean that we've got teams of people that directly support. So this is not an outsourced function for us. We always keep in-house those items that we believe are core to us as a bank. So this is core to us and our overall growth as well. And of course, we fully believe in diversification across the board, which does look at multiple different elements, and not only in small businesses, but even in our own organization as well and what we look at. But that diversity is really important to creating a sustainable future. So we are very much committed and very deliberate in our actions around it as well.
I can just add, and unfortunately we couldn't show you the slides, but we've got 4 examples of small farmers that we've assisted with this. And I am now arguing or speculating, but given the fact that we've seen that over time, I do believe that those 4 farmers which we used there as an example, providing assistance with access to market, if they succeed in their businesses, we as a bank will succeed because we will have their business in future. So there is a benefit for us in the long run, over and above the importance of being a responsible corporate citizen. The longer term upside from a business perspective, if those farmers, if we can get them successful and they remain successful, we would be benefiting from that from a pure business perspective.
Yes, but we are not tying them to any commitments, any contracts.
No, we would not. We can't do that.
Okay. No, thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ngobese. Mr. Mara, do you have anything? Yes, okay, all right.
Thank you, Chair. Really, just one follow-up from me, and I just want to take us back to the enterprise development, supply development, growth schemes in particular that you mentioned. What I'm particularly interested to understand is essentially how deep Standard Bank's involvement is when it comes to those programs, particularly with the farmers. And if you have an example, and I think it's been touched on sort of throughout, but maybe, together, sort of how deep is that, involvement? And I'm asking this in the context of we've heard from, retailers in particular that also have supply development and sort of facilitating participation and access for SMEs and HDPs that, some of the involvement is, extremely detailed. So in comparison, I'd just like to understand Standard Bank's position.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll start, and Nico, please do add as well if there is anything. We do get very involved in the programs. So to the level where the enterprise and the supply development team will know the farmers by name and will be there in the programs, are there during the course of it, and do engage and interact. We're also very fortunate in that we've got the very broad footprint that we've got. So it's not only relegated to an enterprise development team, but we of course have our relationship managers that also sit within the regions that service our full business and commercial banking suite, but also have some deep agriculture specialities and expertise as well. So what we do find is that we get our relationship managers involved, and then we start looking at the broad spectrum of your financial needs. We play because our strength, of course, lies in financial services, we play a very deliberate role in growing your financial acumen, understanding the financial role within a business, all the way from understanding separation of your personal and your business accounts as a starting point so that you can build that track record in your business capacity. We would get quite involved there, and then, of course, also support to open up those accounts and then support to carry through the relationship as well from there. So we very, I used it earlier when I was answering the question there as well, but just have a very deliberate approach, and we don't believe you can be deliberate if you outsource that completely to somebody else. So we need to partner because we don't know everything. We don't have the skills in absolutely all the environments. We partner for those skills, but we get deeply involved ourselves.
Right. And I guess that, leads me also to saying, well, it does sound like through trials and tribulations and, mistakes and successes that Standard Bank has sort of a recipe here that seems to be working, at least if I listen to your figures. Part of what we're considering is to say, look, where we come across certain recipes, certain models that work, you might not necessarily be empowered to force others to accept the same, but at least you can talk about it. And that might stimulate further uptake, which, by the end stimulates further participation, further opportunities. Is this something that Standard Bank would be happy to discuss further with the Commission to say, all right, here's the sort of recipe, here's the model, the do's and don'ts. Yeah. We're following similar processes with some of the other supply development programs to understand those better, to discuss them and say, look, here's for anyone that's looking to invest, that's looking for opportunities, this is how it can be done.
Yeah, definitely in spaces where we can talk about it, of course. Yeah. We are more than happy to always share. I think we have the philosophy as well that sharing normally does allow us to attract more, to do more of the things that we know work. And in ensuring that we create that step of funding that ultimately results in commercial funding as well and being able to access more. That's really core for us. So it's not about just going through a program and then hoping for the best thereafter. We actually handhold into the next realm as well. And I think the more that we can do that, the more funding we get to do more of that, the wider reach there is. So for the purpose of that, we're always happy to share.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mare, and thank you for the submissions. Maybe two questions just on market access. Just what are your considerations? So what kind of requirements do you need of a farmer? So when you need to fund a project, what kind of commitments do you need from buyers? What would make a bankable kind of business from a farming point of view?
What we refer to commonly there is the market risk in terms of the volume and the value that would be, at the end of the day, be produced and then need to be sold to realize the anticipated income. So what we would require in general from a farmer is to understand how he manages his price risk. My answer now is coming out of a commercial environment. I'll add on to what we do in the emerging environment. So we would normally require an understanding of how he mitigates the market risk. When you look at aspects such as the fresh produce market, which I've mentioned, where you do find a fair amount of volatility in terms of the product prices, normally your established farmers have a history which they can present to show you how they manage the risk. Then they also scatter their delivery, for instance, depending on what type of product it is and what the perishability of it is, and if they have facilities to lengthen the period where they can market it. So that gives us an understanding of how he would manage the open market risk, if I can call it that. A fair amount on the commercial side. There are offtake agreements in place which then mitigate or reduce the market risk per se, because the price and the volume are normally in different layers in there. Important part of that is obviously the quality of the product that then is needed. When you get to a farmer which not necessarily have access to a contract, we try to provide in terms, and it might touch on your question as well, is then to see how can we ring fence it, and there we try to bring in third parties to try and make good the risk, the market risk that might exist. Simple example is then to get a buyer somewhere in the value chain to take away that market risk. Because the farmer does not necessarily have the financial depth to absorb that kind of risk should that risk turn against him. So in general, yes, it is an important factor. On the commercial side, as I say, we mitigate it by means of contract history and how he structure his business to able to cater for that.
No, thank you for that. And the last question, it's from your submission at paragraph 22, where you have said, well, there's no specific mention, also no specific mention is made whether the status and responsibility of the municipalities as owners and managers of the national fresh produce markets will be considered or reviewed as part of the inquiry. I can say, of course, this is within scope of the inquiry. But what, and I think you say the infrastructure to deal with the fresh produce at volume would require strong focus on the quality of the infrastructure and the operational management of the facilities. What's been your experience with these markets broadly, and what would you like, at least for this inquiry, to consider in looking at the effectiveness of this particular channel?
I think I would probably be speculating if I answer too wide, but I do think that just looking at the type of product and looking at the trends within a market, and if there's a shift in terms of how market and the ultimate off-takers are looking at it, if the marketplace is not in sync and keeping up with what the dynamics of the market require, then you could potentially have a move away from it, and capital will simply go where the activity is. Part to that, I think, the fresh produce markets, a fair amount of what is being processed or made available there is the perishability of it, and one needs to make sure that at least that is catered for as far as possible to limit the risk of produce quality diminishing. That would go for the access into those facilities as well as then how it is stored there. We've seen now recently the challenges that can evolve or erupt in what we've seen in the harbours, which is not related to the fresh produce market, but the risk associated with the infrastructure that is required to maintain a certain level of quality of product, I think is what we've specifically referred to there.
All right, thank you very much for that. I think the colleagues are fine. Are there any maybe closing comments or remarks you have?
No, thank you, not from my side. Thanks.
Thank you, no.
Right. Thank you very much for the time you have taken to come through for this inquiry. We do appreciate it. And it is Ms. Zaka, right, and Mr. Groenewald, and of course, Jean Meyer, or Ms. Jean Meyer. I call it Ms. Jean Meyer today. Jean Meyer is a regular in Pretoria, so I don't have to acknowledge her. So thank you very much. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. So we have come to the end of the session today. And you'll confirm this, we resume tomorrow at 9 a.m. We will have I think the major national fresh produce markets. Is it Johannesburg, Durban, and Tshwane, right? And the Agricultural Produce Agents Council. Right, so those are the 4 stakeholders that we will do tomorrow. So we're starting tomorrow. Is it Thursday 26 at 9 a.m. At 9 a.m. We're starting at 9 a.m. So thank you very much. So this brings to the end the proceedings of today.